Hi, honey. Welcome to another Chapters in Honey original. Beyond the Puck. Disclaimer. Beyond the Puck is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, sports teams, leagues, and incidents are either the products of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, actual teams, leagues, or actual events is purely coincidental. This story is not affiliated with, endorsed by, or connected to the National Hockey League, NHL, any NHL team, including but not limited to the Boston Bruins, New York Rangers, Tampa Bay Lightning, or any other professional hockey organization. All team names, player names, and league references used in this work are entirely fictional and created for the purposes of this narrative. The characters Mordecai Dex Hayes and Killian Kill Volkov, along with all supporting characters, are fictional creations and do not represent any real hockey players, past or present. The portrayal of hockey culture, team dynamics, media reactions, and societal attitudes toward LGBTQ+ athletes in this story is fictionalized for narrative purposes. While inspired by real-world issues and progress in sports, the specific events, reactions, and timeline depicted are products of creative imagination. This work is intended for mature audiences and deals with themes including coming out, homophobia, workplace discrimination, and the challenges faced by LGBTQ+ individuals in professional sports. All rights reserved. This story is protected by copyright and may not be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form without permission. Author's note. This story was written to celebrate love, courage, and authenticity. While the characters and events are fictional, the struggles and triumphs depicted reflect real experiences of LGBTQ+ individuals in sports and beyond. To anyone still searching for the courage to live authentically, your story matters, and you are not alone. Chapter 1. The Hit. The TD Garden ice gleamed under the harsh arena lights like a sheet of polished glass, deceptive in its beauty. Mordecai Dex Hayes could feel the cold seeping through his skates, that familiar sensation that always made him feel alive, electric. 23 seconds left in the second period, and the Boston Blades were up by 1 against the New York Guardians. The crowd was a living thing around him. 16,000 voices merged into a rhythmic chant that pulsed in his chest like a second heartbeat. Dex had the puck. He'd stripped it off the Guardians' forward at center ice with the kind of quick hands that had made him famous, or infamous depending on who you asked. His father, Marcus Hayes, had possessed those same hands once upon a time, back when he was racking up points in championships with a seemingly effortless grace that sports commentators still waxed poetic about 2 decades later. The comparisons had followed Dex since he was 14, since the first time a scout had watched him play and said those 5 words that would become both blessing and curse. Just like his old man. The weight of that legacy sat on Dex's shoulders as he accelerated down the ice, but he'd learned to carry it with a grin and a wink. Let him talk. Let him compare. He'd show them he was more than just Marcus Hayes' son. He crossed the blue line with speed, his linemate Tommy Chen skating hard to his left, calling for the pass. But Dex had a better angle. He could see the gap between the Guardians' defense, could picture the exact trajectory he needed to thread the puck past their goalie, a brick wall of a man named Anderson, who'd been having an unfortunately stellar night. What Dex didn't see, couldn't see, because the bastard had approached from his blind side, was number 44 in the Guardians' dark blue and silver. Killian Volkov. The hit came like a freight train, all 210 pounds of Russian defensemen slamming into Dex with the kind of force that made the physics of momentum suddenly, viscerally real. Dex felt his feet leave the ice, the puck scattered away, forgotten. For a moment that stretched and warped like taffy, Dex was airborne, his body twisting, and he had just enough time to think, "This is gonna hurt," before he crashed into the boards. The sound was sickening even through the roar of the crowd, a hollow thud that every hockey player knew, the sound of body meeting boards at high speed. Pain exploded through Dex's shoulder and neck, white-hot and all-consuming. His helmet cracked against the glass, and even with the padding, stars burst across his vision. He crumpled into the ice in a heap of limbs and equipment. The referee's whistle shrieked, cutting through the arena noise. Somewhere in the distance, Dex could hear his teammates shouting, could feel the vibration of skates approaching fast. But everything seemed to be happening underwater, muffled and slow. Dex, you okay?" That was Tommy, dropping to his knees beside him, glove on Dex's shoulder. Dex tried to push himself up, but his right arm wasn't cooperating the way it should. Pain lanced through his shoulder joint, and he hissed out a breath through clenched teeth. Fuck." He wasn't okay. He definitely wasn't okay. The Blades' medical staff was already scrambling over the boards, and through the haze of pain, Dex became aware of something else, shouting, not the excited buzz of the crowd, but angry voices close by. He managed to turn his head just enough to see his captain, Jake Morrison, chest to chest with Killian Volkov, gloves off, fingers jabbed toward the Russian's face. "What the fuck was that, Volkov? That was a dirty hit, and you know it." Volkov stood there like a statue carved from ice, his expression utterly impassive. His dark hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat, and his pale blue eyes, the same color of a frozen lake Dex had skated on once as a kid in Minnesota, were cold and unreadable. He was breathing hard, chest heaving, but his face betrayed nothing, no remorse, no anger, no emotion whatsoever. "Clean hit," Volkov said, in that thick Russian accent that always sounded like he was chewing on gravel. His voice was low, calm, utterly unbothered by Morrison's fury. "Clean? His feet left the ice! That's charging, you piece of—" The referees were separating them now, but Dex could see other players from both teams converging, the air thick with potential violence. This was how fights started, how games devolved into brawls that ended in suspensions and fines. Dex wanted to get up, wanted to skate over there and defend himself, show Volkov and everyone else that he was fine, that it took more than one hit to keep Mordecai Hayes down. But when he tried to move his shoulder again, the pain was so sharp it made his vision go gray at the edges. "Don't move, Dex," one of the trainers said, a woman named Sarah who'd been with the Blades for 15 years. Her hands were gentle but firm as she stabilized Dex's shoulder. "Can you feel your fingers?"
"Yeah," Dex managed, wiggling them to prove it. "It's my shoulder. I don't know, maybe dislocated?" "Maybe. We need to get you off the ice." The crowd's energy had shifted now, that excited bloodlust morphing into concern. Dex could hear scattered applause, the respectful kind that hockey fans gave to injured players being helped off the ice, and it made something hot and uncomfortable twist in his gut. He didn't want their pity. He wanted to get up and finish the goddamn game. But his body had other ideas. 2 trainers helped him to his feet, supporting him on either side, and Dex gritted his teeth against the pain as they started the slow journey toward the tunnel. Each step sent jolts of agony through his shoulder. He kept his head up, though, kept his expression as neutral as he could manage. Never let them see you hurt. That was rule number 1 in hockey, right after "don't get hit by Russians built like tanks." As they passed the penalty box, Dex's eyes found Volkov again. The defenseman was being escorted to the box by a referee, a 5-minute major for charging being signaled to the scores table. But Volkov wasn't looking at the ref, or the crowd, or his own coach who was screaming from the bench. He was looking at Dex. For just a second, their eyes met across the ice, and Dex thought he saw something flicker in that glacial gaze. Regret, maybe? Concern? But it was gone so fast, Dex couldn't be sure it had been there at all. Volkov's face went blank again, that infuriating mask of indifference firmly back in place. Dex wanted to flip him off, wanted to shout something clever and cutting that would wipe that stoic expression away, but the pain was making it hard to think of anything except putting one foot in front of the other. So instead, he settled for a glare, pouring every ounce of his frustration and fury into that single look. Fuck you, Volkov. This isn't over. The tunnel swallowed him up, the arena noise fading behind the concrete walls. The medical room was bright and sterile, all white walls and the sharp smell of antiseptic. They got him out of his jersey carefully, and Dex couldn't help the groan that escaped when they peeled the padding away from his injured shoulder. "Definitely looks dislocated," Sarah said, her practiced fingers probing gently. "We'll need x-rays to confirm there's no fracture, but I think we can pop it back in once we get the imaging done." "How long?" Dex asked, even though he already knew he wouldn't like the answer. "If it's just a dislocation, you're looking at 2 to 4 weeks minimum." Fuck. Dex let his head fall back against the examination table. 2 to 4 weeks. They were in the middle of a playoff push, every game critical, and he was going to be sitting on the bench in a suit, useless. Sarah's expression softened. "Could have been worse, Dex. That was a bad hit. You're lucky it didn't break something." "Right." The team doctor arrived 20 minutes later, confirmed Sarah's assessment, and sent Dex to get imaging done at the hospital. The shoulder was indeed dislocated, but not fractured. A small mercy. They reduced it, a process that hurt like hell despite the local anesthetic, and fitted him with a sling. 2 games, the doctor said firmly, minimum, and that's if you have 0 complications, which is optimistic. No physical contact, no skating, nothing that could re-injure it. Dex nodded mutely, staring at his shoulder wrapped and immobilized. 2 games might as well be 2 years. Every game mattered, every point counted, and now he'd be watching from the press box while his team fought without him. All because Killian fucking Volkov couldn't keep his massive Russian shoulders to himself. By the time Dex made it back to the arena, long after the game had ended in a 3-2 Blades victory, thank God, the locker room was mostly empty. Most of the guys had already showered and left, but Tommy was still there, dressed in street clothes, clearly waiting. "Hey man," Tommy said, standing up from his stall. "How bad is it?" "Dislocated, out for at least 2 games. Dex slumped onto the bench in front of his own stall, careful not to jostle his shoulder. "Doctor says I'm lucky it's not worse." "That hit was bullshit," Tommy said, anger flashing across his usually cheerful face. "League better do something about it. That was charging, clear as day." "Was it, though?" The voice came from across the locker room, and both Dex and Tommy turned to see their captain, Jake Morrison, emerging from the coach's offices. Jake was 32, a veteran presence on the team and a natural leader. He'd also played against Volkov for years and knew the defenseman's style intimately. "What do you mean?" Dex asked, frowning. Jake sat down on the bench across from them, his expression thoughtful. "I watched the replay, multiple times. Volkov's feet left the ice, yeah, but only after the initial contact. The hit itself was actually technically legal. You had the puck, you were a viable target, and he didn't leave his feet to make the hit. The momentum carried him up." "That's convenient," Dex muttered. "I'm not defending him," Jake said quickly. "Volkov is one of the most technically sound defensemen in the league. He knows exactly where the line is, and he skates right up to it. But the league isn't going to suspend him for this. 5-minute major was probably all he'll get." "So he just gets away with it?" Dex felt the anger building in his chest, hot and acidic. "Hey, the best revenge is beating them in the standings." Jake clapped Dex on his good shoulder.
You rest up, get healthy, and we'll make sure the Guardians regret ever trading for that Russian ice wall." After Jake left, Dex sat in the empty locker room for a long time, still in his game pants and undershirt, his shoulder throbbing despite the painkillers. He pulled out his phone and, against his better judgment, opened Twitter. The hit was everywhere. Hashtag Volkov hit was trending. The video had been clipped, replayed, analyzed from every angle. Sports commentators were already weighing in with their hot takes.
Clean hit. Hayes needs to keep his head up in the defensive zone. Welcome to playoff hockey. Charging. Volkov's feet clearly left the ice. Should be a suspension. Volkov playing the body like he always does. Physical game. If Hayes can't handle it, maybe he should try chess. The last one made Dex's jaw clench. There were hundreds more, thousands, everyone with an opinion about whether the hit had been clean or dirty, whether Dex was soft or Volkov was reckless. Media outlets were running headlines. Volkov flattens Hayes in heated rivalry game, and Blade's star winger injured after controversial hit. And then there was the video itself, the clip that everyone was sharing. Dex watched it once, then twice, unable to look away even though it made him feel sick. From the broadcast angle, you could see everything. Volkov tracking him across the ice, that massive body accelerating with deceptive speed for a man his size. The moment of impact, Dex's body contorting as he went airborne, the way his head snapped back when he hit the boards. And Volkov's face throughout it all, focused, determined, completely devoid of remorse. In the slow-motion replay, you could see Volkov's eyes locked on Dex with an intensity that was almost predatory. This wasn't accidental. This wasn't a hockey play that had gone wrong. This was calculated, purposeful. Volkov had meant to hurt him. The realization settled in Dex's gut like a stone. They'd played against each other for years, had chirped and battled and competed the way rivals did, but this felt different. This felt personal. Dex's phone buzzed with a text from his father. "Saw the hit. You okay, son? Call me when you can." He stared at the message for a long moment before typing back. "I'm fine. Just a dislocation. Out for 2 games." The response came quickly. "Could have been worse. That Russian plays on the edge. You need to keep your head on a swivel when he's on the ice." Translation: "You should have seen it coming. You should have been better." Dex tossed his phone into his bag and scrubbed his good hand over his face. His father wasn't wrong. Keeping your head up was fundamental hockey. But there was something about the way Marcus Hayes always managed to make every injury, every mistake into a teaching moment that made Dex feel about 12 years old again, trying desperately to impress a man whose standards were impossibly high. "Fuck it," Dex muttered to the empty room. He started the awkward process of getting himself into street clothes one-handed, a task made more difficult by the restrictive sling. By the time he was dressed and heading out to his car, the arena was nearly deserted, just a few staff members doing their end-of-night duties. The parking garage was quiet, his footsteps echoing off the concrete. Dex was almost to his car, a BMW M4 that he definitely couldn't really afford, but had bought anyway because it made him feel successful, when he heard another set of footsteps behind him. He turned, half expecting to see Tommy or one of the trainers who'd stayed late. Instead, he found himself face to face with Killian Volkov. The Russian had clearly showered and changed after his own team's loss. He was dressed in dark jeans and a fitted black Henley that did nothing to disguise the breadth of his shoulders. His hair was still damp, pushed back from his face, and those pale eyes were fixed on Dex with an expression that was hard to read. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air between them felt charged, electric with all the unspoken tension of the game, the hit, the years of rivalry. "Hayes," Volkov said finally, his deep voice echoing slightly in the empty garage. "What do you want, Volkov?" Dex's free hand clenched into a fist at his side. "Come to finish the job?" Something flickered across Volkov's face, too quick to identify. "Your shoulder is serious?" "Why?
You worried the league's actually going to suspend you for once? Niet. Volkov's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. I ask because... He paused, seeming to search for words in his second language. Was not trying to injure, was trying to separate you from Puck. By launching me into the fucking boards? You had Puck. You were fair target. Volkov's accent got thicker when he was frustrated, Dex had noticed over the years. The TH sounds became harder, more clipped. If you cannot handle physical game, don't. Dex cut him off, taking a step closer, despite the pain the movement caused his shoulder. Don't give me that physical game bullshit. You've been gunning for me for 3 seasons now. Every time we play, you go out of your way to hit me harder than anyone else on the ice, so spare me the just hockey speech. Volkov's eyes narrowed. You think you are special? You think I save my hitting just for you? His lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. You are not so important, Hayes. Then why are you here? Dex challenged. Why did you wait around after your team left? If I'm not important, if this was just another hit, why do you give a shit if my shoulder's okay? The question seemed to catch Volkov off guard. His expression shuddered, that blank mask sliding back into place, but not before Dex saw something in his eyes. Confusion, maybe, or uncertainty. It was the most human expression Dex had ever seen on the Russian's usually stoic face. I do not... He stopped, then started. He looked away, jaw working like he was chewing on words he couldn't quite figure out how to say. When his gaze returned to Dex, it was complicated, layered with something Dex couldn't quite parse. In my country, we have saying, you do not hit man when he is already down. I hit you, you go down, I wanted to know you get back up. It was possibly the most Volkov had ever said to Dex in one go, and the words hung between them in the concrete stillness of the parking garage. Dex didn't know what to do with that.
Didn't know what to do with the strange sincerity in Volkov's voice, or the way the Russian's massive presence seemed somehow less threatening in this moment, stripped of the armor and aggression of the game. Well, I'm up, Dex said, finally, gesturing to himself with his good arm. Dislocated shoulder, out for 2 games minimum, but I'll live to chirp you another day. Volkov nodded slowly. Good. Would be boring without you to hit. Was that a joke? Did Killian Volkov just make a joke? Before Dex could formulate a response, Volkov was already turning away, heading toward his own vehicle, a massive black SUV that was somehow perfect for him. But he paused after a few steps, looking back over his shoulder. Your father, Volkov said, Marcus Hayes. He was great player. But you, he seemed to consider his words carefully, you are not your father. You play different, more creative, is good thing. And then he was gone. The SUV's engine roaring to life and echoing through the garage before the vehicle disappeared into the Boston night. Dex stood there for a long moment, his good hand unconsciously coming up to his injured shoulder, replaying the conversation in his mind. It was possibly the strangest interaction he'd ever had with Volkov, with anyone, really. The Russian had just complimented him, sort of, in the most backhanded, weirdly observant way possible. You are not your father. The words echoed in Dex's head as he carefully maneuvered himself into his car, as he drove through the quiet Boston streets toward his apartment in the North End. They were still echoing when he finally collapsed into bed, shoulder throbbing, mind racing. He should hate Volkov. He did hate Volkov. The man had just put him out of commission for 2 crucial games, had hit him so hard Dex had seen stars, had been a thorn in his side for years with those punishing defensive plays and that infuriating stoic demeanor. But somewhere underneath the anger and pain and frustration, there was something else, something that had sparked to life in that parking garage, in the space between Volkov's concern and his compliment. Curiosity. Dex pulled out his phone one last time before sleep, scrolling through Twitter again.
The hashtag Volkov hit was still trending, but now there were new angles emerging, people analyzing not just the hit, but the entire history between Dex and Volkov, compilation videos of their battles over the years, every hit and fight and heated exchange. One tweet caught his attention. Hayes versus Volkov is the rivalry the NHL doesn't talk about enough. These two have been going at it for 3 years. It's like watching fire and ice collide every time they're on the same ice. Please, hockey gods, give us a playoff series. The tweet had thousands of likes. Dex tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes. But sleep was a long time coming. His mind kept returning to the parking garage, to pale blue eyes and a voice saying, "You are not your father." Outside his window, Boston hummed with late-night life, oblivious to the fact that somewhere across the city, in a different apartment or hotel room, Killian Volkov might be lying awake too, thinking about the same strange encounter. The rivalry had shifted tonight, had become something more complex than simple animosity. Dex just didn't know yet whether that was a good thing or a very, very dangerous one.
Chapter 2. The Trade. The call came 3 weeks later, on a Tuesday afternoon that had started out perfectly ordinary. Dex was in his apartment, shoulder finally healed enough that he'd been cleared to practice, working through a series of resistance band exercises his physical therapist had prescribed. His phone buzzed on the coffee table, Jake Morrison's name flashing across the screen. "Hey, Cap," Dex answered, wedging the phone between his ear and good shoulder as he continued his reps. "What's up?" "Dex." Jake's voice was strange, tight in a way that made Dex's hands still. "You at home?" "Yeah, why? What's wrong?" "Turn on NHL Network. Just turn it on." Dex grabbed the remote with his free hand, an uneasy feeling settling in his stomach. "Jake, you're freaking me out. What's going on?" "Just watch." The TV flickered to life, and Dex immediately saw what Jake was talking about. The NHL Network had breaking news bannered across the bottom of the screen, and one of their analysts, a former player named Rick Henderson, was talking animatedly with his co-host. "Unprecedented move from the Blades front office," Henderson was saying. "Nobody saw this coming. The trade deadline was yesterday, and everyone thought the major moves were done, but apparently Boston had one more card to play." Dex's blood ran cold. Trade. The Blades had made a trade. Please don't let it be Tommy. Please don't let them have traded Tommy. "For those just joining us," Maria Santos said, "we're discussing the bombshell trade that just broke 20 minutes ago. The Boston Blades have acquired defenseman Killian Volkov from the New York Guardians in exchange for prospects and draft picks. The details are still emerging, but sources say the Guardians needed to free up cap space for a potential run at a top free agent this summer, and Volkov's contract was the biggest they could move." Dex dropped the resistance band. "What?" The word came out as barely a whisper. On the TV, they were showing highlights of Volkov, crushing hits, blocked shots, that imposing presence on the blue line. And then, inevitably, they showed the hit, the one from 3 weeks ago, Dex's body crumpling against the boards. "This is going to make for an interesting locker room dynamic," Henderson was saying with barely concealed glee. "Hayes and Volkov have had a contentious relationship for years, and that hit 3 weeks ago certainly didn't help matters. Now they're going to be teammates, allies instead of enemies." "Jake," Dex said into the phone, his voice sounding distant to his own ears, "tell me this is a joke. Tell me this isn't actually happening." "It's happening," Jake said, and he sounded tired. "GM called me an hour ago, wanted to give the leadership group a heads up before it went public. Volkov's flying in tonight. He'll be at practice tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Dex's mind was reeling. Why would they? We don't need another defenseman. We need scoring. We need defense," Jake interrupted firmly.
Dex, I know this isn't ideal, but think about it objectively for a second. Martinez has been out with that knee injury for 6 weeks. Stevens is playing through a separated shoulder. Our blue line has been hemorrhaging goals. Volkov is one of the best shutdown defensemen in the league. He's also a reckless headhunter who put me out for 2 games. That was a clean hit, and you know it. Dex wanted to argue, wanted to insist that it wasn't clean, that Volkov was dangerous and violent and had no place on the Blades. But Jake was right. The league reviewed the hit and declined to suspend Volkov. It had been ruled clean, just unfortunate. That didn't make it any easier to swallow. "How did the locker room take it?" Dex asked. Jake was quiet for a moment. Mixed reactions. Some guys see it as a smart hockey move. Some guys, he trailed off. Some guys think management just threw me under the bus. Nobody thinks that. Don't bullshit me, Jake.
Another pause. Then, Tommy's pretty pissed. He might have said some things to the GM that he'll probably regret later. But Dex, this is the reality now. Volkov is going to be a Blade. We all need to figure out how to make this work. After he hung up with Jake, Dex sat on his couch in stunned silence, watching the analysts dissect the trade from every angle. They brought in other commentators, former players, hockey insiders. Everyone had an opinion. Boston is clearly making a push for the playoffs, one analyst argued. They're currently sitting in the second wildcard spot, but they've been sliding. They needed to shake things up, and Volkov gives them a legitimate top-pair defenseman. But at what cost? Another countered. Team chemistry matters. You can't just throw a guy in who has a history with one of your star players and expect everything to work out perfectly. Dex's phone started buzzing continuously. Texts from teammates, from friends, from his father. He ignored them all except one, from Tommy. "This is bullshit. Want to come over? Got beer and I'm ready to shit-talk management all night." Dex typed back, "Rain check. Need to process this alone for a bit." What he needed, he realized, was to skate. The shoulder was healed enough, and he'd been doing light skating for a week now. Nothing high impact, no contact, but enough to feel like himself again. There was a public rink not far from his apartment, one that stayed open late and was usually pretty empty on weekday afternoons. 20 minutes later, Dex was lacing up his skates in a nearly deserted rink. Just him, a couple of kids working on their figures, and a Zamboni driver who looked half asleep in the corner. The ice was decent, recently resurfaced, and the familiar smell of the rink, that combination of cold air and ice and wood and sweat, helped settle something in Dex's chest. He pushed off the boards and let his body remember how to move. It felt good, felt right. The smooth glide of steel on ice, the way his muscles remembered every turn and crossover even after weeks away. He started slow, easy laps, letting his shoulder adjust to the motion. Then faster, and faster still, until he was flying around the rink, wind whipping past his face, legs burning with the exertion. This was where he belonged. This was who he was, not Marcus Hayes' son, not the guy who got destroyed by Volkov on national television, but a hockey player, a damn good one. By the time Dex stopped, breathing hard, sweat cooling on his skin despite the frigid air, his mind was clearer. The shock had worn off, replaced by something else. Determination, maybe, or spite. He wasn't sure there was much difference at this point. If the Blades wanted to bring in Killian Volkov, fine, but Dex wasn't going to make it easy for him.
The next morning, Dex arrived at the practice facility early, before most of the team. He wanted to get a workout in before Volkov showed up, wanted to establish his territory before the Russian came barging in like he owned the place. But when Dex walked into the locker room, he found he wasn't the first one there after all. Killian Volkov sat in what had been Stevens' stall. Stevens had been moved down one to accommodate the new addition, looking impossibly large in the space. He was already dressed in practice gear, Blades colors looking strange on his frame, and he was methodically taping his stick with the kind of focused precision that suggested he'd been at it for a while. He looked up when Dex entered, and for a moment neither of them moved. "Hayes," Volkov said finally, his voice neutral. "Volkov." Dex kept his own voice just as flat. He moved to his own stall, thankfully on the opposite side of the room, and started going through his pre-practice routine, trying to ignore the massive Russian presence he could feel even with his back turned. The silence stretched between them, heavy and awkward. Other players started trickling in. Tommy, who shot Volkov a look that could have frozen water, Jake, who nodded at both of them evenly, a few of the younger guys who seemed unsure how to react to the new addition. "Everyone, listen up," Jake said once most of the team had arrived. He stood in the center of the room, commanding attention the way he always did. "I know the trade yesterday came as a surprise to most of you, but Killian Volkov is a Boston Blade now, and we treat our teammates with respect. Period. Whatever history existed before, it stays in the past. We've got 20 games left in the season, and we're fighting for a playoff spot. We can't afford drama, we can't afford division. We're a team, and we act like one." His eyes swept the room, landing on Dex, then on Volkov. The message was clear. "Volkov," Jake continued, turning to the Russian, "welcome to Boston. Anything you want to say to the guys?" Volkov stood, looking even more massive next to the row of stalls. He surveyed the room, his expression as unreadable as ever, before speaking. "I know I am not popular choice," he said bluntly, his accent thick in the quiet room. "I know some of you do not want me here. It's okay. I do not need to be liked. I need to play hockey. I need to win. This is what I do." He paused, his gaze finding Dex's across the room and holding it for a long moment. "I play hard. I play physical. But I play for team, for win. Rivalries, grudges, these things do not matter on ice. Only winning matters." It was a short speech, devoid of any real emotion or attempt to ingratiate himself, but somehow it felt more honest than if he'd tried to be charming. This was Volkov, direct, uncompromising, focused on the singular goal of winning hockey games. Dex could respect that, even if he didn't particularly like it. "All right," Jake said, "let's get out there." Practice was brutal. Not because the drills were particularly hard, Coach Martinson was keeping things moderate since they had a game the next night, but because the tension was palpable. Every drill that paired Dex and Volkov together felt like a test, like everyone was waiting to see if they'd actually be able to function on the same team. During a battle drill in the corners, Volkov checked Dex hard but clean, separating him from the puck. Dex felt the familiar surge of irritation, but kept his mouth shut, skating back to the line. "Good battle," Coach Martinson called out. "Dex, keep your stick on the ice. You're telegraphing your moves." During a breakout drill, Volkov fed Dex a tape-to-tape pass that led to a clean shot on goal. Dex was almost annoyed by how perfect the pass was, how Volkov seemed to know exactly where he'd be without them ever having practiced together before. "Nice," Tommy muttered as they skated past each other. "Hate to say it, but the guy's got vision." The real test came during the small ice scrimmage at the end of practice. Dex was on the first line with Tommy and their left wing, Brandon Shaw. Volkov was paired with our top defenseman, Chris Martinez, who'd finally returned from injury. 30 seconds into the scrimmage, Dex found himself driving toward the net with the puck, the Volkov's massive frame bearing down on him. For a split second, Dex flashed back to the hit, to the sensation of being airborne, his body meeting the boards. He almost hesitated. Almost. But then his competitive nature kicked in, and instead of shying away, Dex cut hard to his left, using his speed and agility to dodge around Volkov's check. The Russian was fast for his size, but Dex was faster. He got the shot off, saved by the goalie, but a good attempt. As he skated past, Dex could almost swear he heard Volkov mutter something that sounded like, "Better." Was that approval from Volkov? The scrimmage continued, and slowly, grudgingly, Dex had to admit that having Volkov on defense was effective. The Russian was everywhere, breaking up plays, blocking shots, moving the puck out of the defensive zone with smart, simple passes. He didn't try to do too much, didn't try to be flashy. He just played solid, reliable defense. It was infuriating how good he was. After practice, as Dex was cooling down on one of the stationary bikes, Jake appeared at his side. "That wasn't so bad," the captain said mildly. "I hate that he's actually good," Dex admitted.
Jake laughed. "Yeah, I figured you might. But hey, at least now he's hitting other teams' forwards instead of you." Small mercies. "Dex," Jake's tone turned more serious, "I need you to really try with this. I know it's not easy, but we need you two to at least be functional together. You don't have to be friends, you don't even have to like each other. But on the ice, you need to be teammates." Dex nodded, still pedaling. "I know. I'm trying, Jake. I really am. That's all I ask." That evening, Dex's phone rang. His father. He considered letting it go to voicemail. He'd been avoiding Marcus's calls since the trade was announced, but finally answered on the fourth ring. "Hey, Dad." "Mordecai." His father's voice was warm, familiar. "Finally decided to pick up, huh?" "Sorry, it's been a busy day." "I imagine so. Volkov joining the team must be quite the adjustment." Dex leaned back on his couch, phone pressed to his ear. "You could say that." "You know, Marcus," continued Marcus, "I played with guys I hated, guys who'd been enemies on other teams. That's hockey. Sometimes the guy trying to take your head off one season is your teammate the next." "How did you deal with it?" "I focused on winning. Everything else was noise." Marcus paused. "But I'll tell you something else, son. Sometimes the guys you clash with the most end up being the ones who push you to be better. Competition doesn't end just because you're wearing the same jersey." Dex thought about that, about the way Volkov had muttered "better" during practice, about the perfect pass, about the Russians' relentless work ethic. "Yeah," Dex said finally, "maybe you're right." "I usually am," Marcus said with a chuckle. "Now tell me about that shoulder. You cleared for contact yet?" They talked for another 20 minutes, and by the time Dex hung up, he felt steadier. His father was right. This was just hockey. People got traded. Rivals became teammates. You adapted or you got left behind. He could do this. He could share a locker room with Killian Volkov, could play on the same team, could even maybe acknowledge that the Russian was a genuinely talented defenseman. What Dex couldn't do, wouldn't do, was let his guard down. Because there was something about Volkov that still unsettled him, something in those pale blue eyes that suggested depths Dex hadn't begun to explore. The parking garage conversation still lingered in his mind. "You are not your father." Words that felt far too personal coming from someone who was supposed to be his enemy. No, keeping his distance from Killian Volkov was the smart play. Professional, cordial, teammates, nothing more.
Chapter 3. Breaking Point. The Boston Blades practice facility was a study in controlled chaos at 7 in the morning. Music thumped from someone's speaker, something with heavy bass that made Dex's head pound in rhythm with his pulse. Players moved through their pre-practice routines with the kind of casual efficiency that came from years of repetition, stretching, taping, the ritualistic preparation of equipment. Dex was working on his stick, carefully applying fresh tape in the specific pattern he'd used since he was 16, when he felt rather than saw Volkov enter the locker room. It had been 3 days since the trade, 3 practices and 1 game, a 4-2 win against Ottawa, where Volkov had played nearly 25 minutes and blocked 6 shots. The media was eating it up, calling the trade a genius move and praising the Blades' management for addressing their defensive needs. Never mind that half the locker room still looked at Volkov like he was a bomb waiting to detonate. "Morning," Tommy said, sliding onto the bench next to Dex. He kept his voice low, pointedly turning his back to where Volkov was settling into his stall. "You see the headlines? Volkov anchors Blades' defense, Russian defenseman makes immediate impact? It's like everyone forgot he tried to murder you 3 weeks ago." "It was a clean hit," Dex said automatically, the words tasting like ash. Tommy stared at him. "Dude, you don't have to defend him." "I'm not defending him. I'm stating facts." Dex finished with his tape and set the stick aside. "The league reviewed it. It was clean. Unfortunate, but clean." Since when do you care about what the league thinks? Since Jake had pulled Dex aside after yesterday's practice and told him in no uncertain terms that he needed to stop making comments to the media about the hit. Since Dex had realized that every time he complained about Volkov, he looked petty and bitter instead of professional. I'm just trying to move forward, like you said I should. Tommy's expression softened. Yeah, but I didn't mean you had to pretend to like the guy. It's okay to still be pissed. Dex shrugged, not trusting himself to say more. The truth was more complicated than anger. Yes, he was still pissed. Yes, the hit replayed in his mind more often than he'd like to admit, especially when he was trying to fall asleep. But there was also something else, something he couldn't quite name, a strange awareness of Volkov's presence that made Dex's skin prickle whenever the Russian was nearby. He chalked it up to residual animosity. What else could it be? All right, boys, Coach Martinson's voice boomed across the locker room. Let's go over today's plan. The coach was a grizzled veteran of the game, 58 years old, with a face like weathered leather and a coaching style that alternated between brilliant strategist and drill sergeant. He'd been with the Blades for 6 years and had taken them to the playoffs 3 times, though never past the second round. We're working on breakouts today, Martinson continued. Our transition game has been sloppy, too many turnovers in the neutral zone, too many chances going the other way, so we're going to drill it until you're dreaming about breakouts. Volkov, you're going to work with the first unit. I want to see what you and Martinez can do together. That meant Dex would be on the ice with Volkov, again. They'd spent the most of the past 3 practices trying to build chemistry, and it was not terrible. Volkov was a smart player, always in the right position, always making the simple, effective play. He didn't try to do too much, didn't force things. On the ice, he was reliable to the point of being boring. Off the ice, he barely spoke to anyone. Dex had watched him during meals, during downtime in the locker room, during the bus ride to Ottawa. Volkov kept to himself, always with a book or his phone, always on the periphery of team interactions. The other defensemen had tried to include him, especially Martinez, who was friendly with everyone, but Volkov seemed content to maintain his distance. It should have been a relief. If Volkov wasn't integrating with the team, if he kept himself separate, then Dex didn't have to worry about becoming friends with him or dealing with any complicated social dynamics. Except it bothered him, and Dex couldn't figure out why. Practice started with the usual warm-ups, then moved into the breakout drills. Martinson set up the formation. Defensemen along the boards in the defensive zone, forwards positioned for the outlet pass, opposing forecheckers applying pressure. Volkov, you've got the puck. Dex, you're the outlet. Let's see quick, clean transitions. On the whistle. The whistle blew. Volkov collected the puck behind the net, head up, scanning. The forecheckers came in hard. Tommy and Brandon, told to pressure aggressively. Volkov skated calmly away from the pressure and hit Dex with a pass that arrived perfectly flat on Dex's tape, right in stride. Dex accelerated through the neutral zone, crossed the far blue line, took a shot. Better, Martinson shouted. Again, faster this time. They ran the drill 10 times, 15, 20. Each time, Volkov's passes were perfect, not too hard, not too soft, always hitting Dex right where he needed the puck to maintain speed. It was like the Russian had some kind of sixth sense of positioning. You ever been wrong about anything? Dex found himself muttering, half to himself. Volkov, who happened to be nearby, turned those pale blue eyes on him. What? Nothing, Dex said quickly. Just your passes are annoyingly accurate. Was that a compliment? It sounded like a complaint when it left Dex's mouth, but Volkov's expression shifted slightly, something that might have been amusement flickering across his usually stoic face. Is my job to make your job easier? Before Dex could respond, Martinson was calling them back to the drill. The problems started during the full team scrimmage.
They were 40 minutes into practice. Everyone was tired and a little sloppy, and tempers were starting to fray the way they always did during intense practices. Dex was battling in the corner with Jake, who was on the opposing scrimmage team, when the puck squirted free toward the blue line. Dex saw it before anyone else did. He broke away from Jake and accelerated toward the loose puck, stick outstretched. He didn't see Volkov coming from the other direction until it was too late. They collided hard at the blue line, both going down in a tangle of limbs. Dex's shoulder, the one that had just healed, took the brunt of the impact as he hit the ice, and white-hot pain exploded through the joint. "Fuck!" Dex gasped, clutching his shoulder. Volkov was already scrambling to his feet, reaching down. "Hayes, I did not—" "Don't touch me." Dex batted Volkov's hand away and pushed himself up with his good arm, breathing hard through the pain. "Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you? Do you even know how to play hockey without running into people?" Something flashed in Volkov's eyes. Hurt, maybe, or anger. "Was accident. I did not see you coming." "Yeah, well maybe try opening your fucking eyes next time." Dex, Jake was there now, hand on Dex's good shoulder. "Calm down. It was an accident. Everyone saw it." "Of course it was an accident. Everything with him is an accident, right? The hit was an accident. This is an accident. When does it stop being accidents and start being a pattern?" The entire team had stopped, everyone watching the confrontation. Martinson was skating over, face dark with displeasure. Volkov stood very still, his massive frame tense, hands clenched at his sides. "You think I tried to hurt you on purpose, on own team? I think you don't know how to do anything else." "Enough." Martinson's voice cracked across the ice like a whip. "Both of you, off the ice, now." "Coach, I didn't—" "I don't want to hear it, Hayes. You want to blame Volkov for every little thing that goes wrong? Fine, but not on my ice, not during my practice. You've got a problem with him, you work it out off the ice. You don't bring that drama to practice, and you sure as hell don't bring it to games." Martinson turned to Volkov. "And you, I don't care how they did things in New York. Here, when you accidentally collide with a teammate, you apologize and you help them up. You don't stand there like a statue waiting for them to get pissed off at you." "I tried to help," Volkov said, quietly, his accent thick with emotion. "He told me not to touch me." "Then you try again. Your teammates, act like it." The coach looked between them, shaking his head. "You know what? I'm done trying to force this. You two are going to work this out whether you like it or not. We've got a road trip starting tomorrow, 4 games in 7 days. You're rooming together." "What?" Dex and Volkov said simultaneously. "You heard me. Maybe spending some time together off the ice will help you remember you're on the same team. Or maybe you'll kill each other. Either way, I'll have my answer about whether this is going to work." "Coach, that's not—" "My decision is final. You've got the rest of today to get used to the idea. Pack accordingly. We leave at 9 a.m. tomorrow." And then he was gone, leaving Dex and Volkov alone in the locker room, the weight of forced proximity hanging between them like a physical thing. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Volkov stood, moving toward the showers. He paused when he was level with Dex's stall, not looking at him, eyes fixed straight ahead. "I am sorry for collision. Was truly accident. I would not hurt teammate on purpose. Not you, not anyone." He continued on to the showers, leaving Dex sitting there with those words echoing in his head. Not you, not anyone. Why did it feel like there was more weight behind "not you" than Volkov had intended?
That night, Dex found himself at a bar in downtown Boston with Tommy and Brandon, nursing a beer and trying not to think about the fact that in less than 12 hours, he'd be on a plane with Killian Volkov, heading to Minneapolis for the start of a 4-game road trip. "Rooming with him?" Tommy said for probably the 10th time, still sounding outraged on Dex's behalf. "That's cruel and unusual punishment. Pretty sure it violates the Geneva Convention." "It's 4 days," Brandon pointed out. He was more pragmatic than Tommy, less prone to dramatics. "You've shared a room with worse. Remember rookie year when you got stuck with Henderson? Dude snored like a freight train." "At least Henderson didn't try to kill me during a game," Dex muttered into his beer. "Look," Brandon leaned forward, his expression serious. "I get it. Volkov's your enemy, your rival, whatever. But he's also legitimately one of the best defensemen I've ever played with, and I've been in this league for 8 years. The guy's a machine. And yeah, maybe he hit you hard that one time, but Dex, you've taken worse hits. Hell, remember when Morrison absolutely destroyed you during that scrimmage 2 years ago? That was different. How? It just was. Tommy and Brandon exchanged a look that Dex couldn't quite interpret. What? Dex demanded. Nothing, Tommy said quickly. Just, are you sure this is all about the hit? Because it kind of seems like it's about something else. Like what? Another exchanged glance. Forget it, Brandon said, shaking his head. We're probably reading into things that aren't there. But the comment stuck with Dex as he nursed his beer, as they talked about other things, as he eventually headed home to pack for the road trip. What else could it be about except the hit? Volkov had injured him, had been his rival for years, had made Dex's life difficult every time they'd faced each other on the ice. That was it. That was the whole story. Wasn't it? Dex packed mechanically. Underwear, socks, a couple of nice shirts for team dinners, his tablet loaded with movies and books. He added his toiletries, phone charger, the specific pillow he traveled with because hotel pillows were universally terrible. Then he stood in front of his closet, staring at his clothes, and realized he was thinking about what Volkov might think of them, which was ridiculous. Who cared what Volkov thought? Why would Dex care if the Russians saw him in his ratty Harvard t-shirt that he'd had since college, or the sweatpants with the hole in the knee, or... Stop, Dex told himself firmly. This is insane. He grabbed the Harvard shirt and the holey sweatpants and shoved them in his bag. There, done. If Volkov had opinions about Dex's sleepwear choices, he could keep them to himself. Dex's phone buzzed with a text from his father. Heard about the rooming situation. Might be a good thing. Forced proximity sometimes breaks down walls. Give it a chance. Easy for his father to say. Marcus Hayes had never had to room with someone who'd put him on the injured reserve. But maybe his dad had a point. Maybe this was an opportunity to clear the air with Volkov, to establish some ground rules and boundaries that would make the rest of the season bearable. Or maybe it would be 4 days of awkward silence and resentment. Either way, Dex thought, as he zipped up his bag, he'd survive. He'd survived worse things than sharing a hotel room with Killian Volkov. He hoped. Chapter 4. One Bed. The flight to Minneapolis was uneventful, which was both a blessing and a disappointment. Dex had half expected some kind of confrontation or awkward moment, but Volkov sat 3 rows back with Martinez and some of the other defensemen, headphones on, absorbed in whatever he was reading on his tablet. Dex tried not to notice how the Russian's brow furrowed when he was concentrating, or the way he absently tapped his fingers against his thigh in a rhythm only he could hear. Tried, failed, gave up, and stared out the window instead. "You're being weird," Tommy observed from the seat beside him. "I'm not being weird. You've been staring at the clouds for 20 minutes without blinking. That's weird." Dex finally tore his gaze from the window. "I'm just mentally preparing. For sharing a room with he who must not be named? Stop calling him that. Fine, the Russian wall of ice? Tommy, the Siberian shutdown machine?" Despite himself, Dex felt a smile tugging at his lips. "You're an idiot." "Yeah, but I'm your idiot," Tommy said cheerfully, "and I'm here to distract you from your impending doom. Want to watch a movie? I downloaded the new Marvel thing." They spent the rest of the flight watching explosions and quippy dialogue, and by the time they landed in Minneapolis, Dex had almost convinced himself that the rooming situation wouldn't be that bad. They were professionals, adults. They could share a space for a few days without it becoming a disaster. The team bus took them from the airport to the hotel, a nice place downtown, the kind with a lobby full of marble and brass and the faint smell of expensive candles. The Blades had stayed here before. It was familiar territory. Coach Martinson stood at the front of the bus before they disembarked, reading off room assignments. Dex waited, stomach tight, knowing what was coming. "Hayes and Volkov, room 847. A few players glanced back at them, some curious, some sympathetic. Jake caught Dex's eye and gave him an encouraging nod. Tommy just shook his head like Dex was marching to his execution. Dex grabbed his bag and followed the team into the hotel, hyper-aware of Volkov's presence a few feet behind him. They rode the elevator in silence with Jake and Martinez, who were rooming together on the same floor. "You guys need anything, we're in 852, Jake said as they exited on the 8th floor. "And I mean anything, even if it's just a change of scenery for a few hours." "We will be fine," Volkov said, his first words since they'd boarded the plane in Boston. "He's just sleeping, nothing complicated." Jake looked like he wanted to say more, but Martinez was already pulling him down the hallway. "Come on, Cap, let them work it out." And then it was just Dex and Volkov standing in the hallway outside room 847. Volkov swiped the keycard and pushed the door open. Dex stepped inside and immediately stopped. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." There was one bed. Not two doubles, not two queens, one king-size bed sitting in the middle of the room like an accusation. There was a desk, a chair, a TV mounted on the wall, a bathroom visible through an open door. All the standard hotel room amenities, except for the crucial second bed. Volkov had frozen in the doorway behind him. "This is mistake?" "It has to be." Dex was already pulling out his phone, pulling up the team's travel coordinator's number. The call went straight to voicemail. Of course it did. He tried the front desk next. "Good afternoon. Thank you for calling the Marquette Hotel. This is Jessica. How may I help you?" "Hi. Yes, I'm with the Boston Blades. We just checked in, and there's been a mistake with our room. We were supposed to have two beds, but there's only one." A pause, the sound of typing. "Okay, let me check on that for you. Room number? 847. More typing. "Okay, I see the reservation here. It looks like, yes, the room was booked as a single king. All of our double rooms were reserved by another group for a conference this week. I'm so sorry, but we're completely sold out of rooms with two beds." Dex closed his eyes. "Are there any other rooms available at all? I don't care if it's a closet." "I'm afraid not, sir. We're at full capacity. The conference and your team have taken up all our available rooms." The woman sounded genuinely apologetic. "Would you like me to check availability at other hotels in the area?" Dex glanced back at Volkov, who was still standing just inside the door, his expression unreadable. Moving to another hotel would mean separating from the team, different logistics, Coach Martinson potentially seeing it as them being difficult.
No, Dex said finally. No, we'll make it work. Thank you. He hung up and turned to face Volkov fully. "So, one bed. I can sleep on floor," Volkov said immediately. "Don't be ridiculous. You're like 6'4" and 210. You'd wake up looking like a pretzel." "I have slept in worse places." There was a weight to those words, a history that Dex didn't know how to unpack. He thought about what he learned about Volkov during that parking garage conversation, a family back in Russia, a mother who was ill. What else had the Russian endured that made sleeping on a hotel floor seem acceptable? "Look," Dex said, forcing himself to sound reasonable, even though his heart was pounding with something that definitely wasn't anxiety. Definitely not. "We're adults. The bed is huge. We can share it without it being weird. We'll just stay on our own sides." Volkov's pale eyes studied him for a long moment, and Dex had the unsettling feeling of being analyzed, cataloged, understood in ways he didn't want to be understood. "Okay," Volkov said finally, "if you are sure." "I'm sure." Dex was not sure, but they were stuck with each other, and he'd be damned if he was going to let Volkov sleep on the floor and wake up with a bad back before tomorrow's game. That would reflect poorly on Dex, make him seem petty and unreasonable. This was about being professional, nothing more. They unpacked in silence, establishing territories. Dex took the left side of the bed and the left nightstand. Volkov took the right. Dex claimed the bathroom first for a shower, and when he emerged 20 minutes later in his Harvard shirt and sweatpants, Volkov was sitting at the desk, video calling someone on his laptop. Dex could hear a woman's voice speaking Russian, the words flowing fast and musical. Volkov responded in the same language, his normally stoic expression softening into something almost tender. Not wanting to intrude, Dex grabbed his phone and flopped onto the bed, trying to look absorbed and scrolling through social media.
but he couldn't help listening to Volkov's voice, the unfamiliar syllables, the way the Russian's tone changed when he spoke his native language, warmer, more animated, more human. The call lasted about 10 minutes, and when Volkov finally closed the laptop, Dex pretended he hadn't been paying attention. "My sister," Volkov said, apparently feeling the need to explain. "She likes to talk before she goes to sleep. In Moscow is very late now." "How old is she?" Dex found himself asking. 19. She is in university, studying engineering. There was unmistakable pride in Volkov's voice. "Very smart, smarter than me." "I doubt that." Volkov turned to look at him, surprise flickering across his face. "You think I am smart?" "I think you'd have to be pretty smart to read NHL defenses the way you do," Dex said, then immediately regretted opening this conversational door. "Anyway, I'm sure your sister's great." "She is." Volkov stood, grabbing his own toiletries. "I will shower now, if it's okay." "It's your room, too." While Volkov was in the bathroom, Dex texted Tommy, "One bed. Don't say anything." The response came immediately. "One bed? How is this your life? Do you need an exorcism? A priest? Should I call someone?" "You're the worst. I'm literally the best and you know it. Just don't do anything I wouldn't do. Actually, scratch that. Don't do anything you would do either. Just exist separately in the same space, like roommates in a sitcom. Going to sleep now. Talk tomorrow." "Sweet dreams, roomie." Dex tossed his phone aside and tried to focus on his tablet, pulling up a book he'd been meaning to read. But the words kept blurring together, especially when he heard the shower turn off, when the bathroom door opened and Volkov emerged in a cloud of steam. The Russian was shirtless. Of course he was shirtless. It was nighttime. People slept shirtless. This was a completely normal thing that Dex should not be having a reaction to. Except Dex was definitely having a reaction. Volkov was built like a Greek statue, all defined muscles and broad shoulders and a chest that looked like it could stop a truck. There were scars scattered across his torso, evidence of a long career in a physical sport. A particularly nasty one ran along his rib cage, puckered and white against his pale skin. Dex realized he was staring and quickly looked back at his tablet. "Sorry," Volkov said, pausing. "Should I put on shirt?" "No, It's fine. It's your room too," Dex said, hating how tight his voice sounded. "Wear whatever you want." Volkov moved around the room, setting up his things for the next day with the same methodical precision he brought to everything else. He plugged in his phone, set out his watch, laid his game day suit on the chair so it wouldn't wrinkle. Then he approached his side of the bed. Dex determinedly kept his eyes on his tablet as the mattress dipped under the weight of Volkov. The Russian settled in, maintaining a careful distance, at least a foot of space between them. He pulled the covers up to his waist and picked up a paperback from the nightstand. "You read before sleep?" Volkov asked quietly. "Usually. You?"
Da is relaxing. Helps quiet the mind. They sat there in silence for a while, both ostensibly reading, though Dex couldn't have said what was happening in his book if his life depended on it. He was too aware of Volkov beside him, of the warmth radiating from the Russian's body, of the soft sound of pages turning. The bed was huge, but somehow it felt impossibly small. "Hayes," Volkov said after about 20 minutes, his voice careful. "I want to say something. About today. About practice." Dex set his tablet down, steeling himself. "Okay. When I collided with you, I was not watching where I went. I was focused on puck, on making play, and I did not see you." Volkov's accent was thicker now, the way it got when he was tired or emotional. "Was stupid, careless, and when you are angry, you are right to be angry. I say is accident, but accident still hurt you, still make you worry about shoulder. So I am sorry, truly." Dex turned to look at him. Volkov was staring at his book, but clearly not reading it, his jaw tight with what might have been embarrassment or discomfort. Dex started, then stopped. What was he supposed to say? That it was fine? It wasn't fine. That he forgave him? Did he? "I overreacted," Dex said finally. "I'm still
I'm still dealing with some stuff about the hit, the original one. And I know you didn't mean to hurt me during practice, but in that moment it all just came rushing back, and I took it out on you. That wasn't fair." Volkov finally looked at him, those pale eyes searching Dex's face. "The hit in New York. You think I meant to injure you?" It wasn't a question. "Didn't you?" Dex asked quietly. "Niet." Volkov shook his head firmly. "I meant to hit you, yes. You had puck, you were threat, this is hockey. But injure, no, never. When you went down and did not get up," he paused, something painful crossing his expression. "I felt sick, worried I had hurt you badly, worried I had done permanent damage." "You came to find me in the parking garage," Dex said, remembering. "To make sure I was okay?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because you are a good player. Because I respect how you play, even when we are enemies. Because," he trailed off, seemingly struggling to find the words in English, "because idea of you being hurt, being unable to play, made me feel wrong inside. Here," he pressed a hand to his chest, "like I had broken something important." Dex's breath caught. There was something raw in Volkov's voice, something vulnerable that didn't match the stoic mask he usually wore. They were close enough that Dex could see the flecks of darker blue in Volkov's eyes, could count the faint freckles scattered across his nose and cheeks. "I don't hate you," Dex heard himself say. "I thought I did, but I don't. I don't know what to do with you." A small smile tugged at Volkov's lips, the first real smile Dex had ever seen from him. It transformed his face, made him look younger, less guarded. "I do not know what to do with you either. You are a very confusing person, Hayes." "Dex," Dex said impulsively. "When it's just us, you can call me Dex." "Dex," Volkov repeated, testing the name. His accent wrapped around it in a way that made something warm unfurl in Dex's chest. "Then you must call me Killian, or Kill if you prefer, not Volkov." "Kill," Dex said, and it felt like crossing some invisible threshold, like they just agreed to something neither of them fully understood. They went back to their books, but the atmosphere had shifted, the tension easing into something more comfortable. Dex found himself actually reading now, actually processing the words on the page. Beside him, Kill's breathing gradually deepened, becoming slow and even. Dex glanced over and found the Russian asleep, the book still open in his hands, his face relaxed in a way it never was when he was awake. He looked peaceful, almost innocent, if someone who played hockey the way Kill did could ever be called innocent. Carefully, Dex reached over and removed the book from Kill's grip, marking the page and setting it on the nightstand. Kill didn't stir, just shifted slightly, turning toward Dex in his sleep. Dex settled back into his side of the bed and turned off his light, plunging the room into darkness, except for the glow of the city through the curtains. This was fine. This was manageable. They'd had a conversation, cleared the air a little, established that they didn't actually hate each other. That was progress. That was good. The fact that Dex's heart was still racing, that he could feel the ghost of Kill's proximity even with a foot of space between them, that he was hyper-aware of every sound the Russian made in his sleep, none of that mattered. It was just adrenaline, just the weirdness of the situation. It didn't mean anything. Dex repeated that to himself like a mantra as he finally drifted off to sleep, the last coherent thought in his mind being that Kill smelled faintly like cedar and something clean and sharp, like winter air. It didn't mean anything at all.
Dex woke to warmth. His first thought, still fuzzy with sleep, was that the hotel had the heat turned up too high. His second thought was that he couldn't move his right arm. His third thought, the one that sent alarm bells ringing through his brain and shocked him into full wakefulness, was that there was another person pressed against his side. Kill! Sometime during the night, they had migrated toward the center of the bed, and now Kill was plastered against Dex's right side, one heavy arm draped across Dex's chest, one leg hooked over Dex's legs, his face buried in the curve of Dex's neck. The Russian was still deeply asleep, his breathing deep and even, completely oblivious to the fact that he was essentially using Dex as a full-body pillow. Dex's heart was pounding so hard he was sure it would wake Kill up. Every point of contact between their bodies felt like it was burning, even through their clothes. Kill was so warm, solid, unexpectedly comfortable in a way that made Dex's brain short-circuit. He should move. He should definitely move. Should carefully extract himself, wake Kill up, laugh it off as one of those weird sleep things that happens sometimes. But he didn't. Instead, Dex lay there, frozen, hyper-aware of every detail, the weight of Kill's arm across his chest, the tickle of Kill's breath against his neck, the way Kill's fingers had curled into Dex's shirt like he was holding on to something precious. It felt good. That was the terrifying part. It felt really, really good. Dex had dated before, women mostly, because that's what had been expected, what had seemed easiest. There had been a guy his sophomore year of college, a brief, experimental thing that he'd never told anyone about except Tommy, who'd caught them making out at a party and sworn to take the secret to his grave. But Dex had never felt like this, had never felt this all-consuming awareness of another person, this magnetic pull that made him want to lean into the touch instead of away from it. This was Killian Volkov, his enemy-turned-teammate, the man who'd put him on the injured reserve 3 weeks ago, the stoic Russian defenseman who barely spoke to anyone and definitely wasn't interested in Dex Hayes beyond the professional necessity of being linemates. Dex needed to move, now. He started to carefully shift his weight, trying to slide out from under Kill's arm without waking him, but the moment he moved, Kill made a small sound, almost a whimper, and tightened his hold, pulling Dex closer. "Nyet," Kill mumbled in Russian, still asleep. "Stay." Dex froze again. Did Kill know who he was holding? Was he dreaming about someone else? Someone from back home, maybe? Or was this just random sleep behavior, the unconscious action of a man who was used to sleeping alone and had latched on to the nearest warm body? Before Dex could decide what to do, Kill's eyes fluttered open. For a moment, they just stared at each other, neither moving. Kill's eyes were unfocused, still hazy with sleep, and Dex watched awareness slowly filter in, the realization of where he was, who he was holding, what was happening. Kill's eyes went wide. He jerked back like he'd been burned, putting immediate distance between them, his face flushing red. Sorry. I am so sorry. I did not mean to... He gestured helplessly between them. "It's fine," Dex said quickly, sitting up and trying to sound casual even though his heart was still racing. "It's a natural sleep thing. Happens all the time. No big deal." "You made me uncomfortable." "You didn't, really. I barely noticed." That was a massive lie, and from the look on Kill's face, he knew it. "We should get ready," Kill said abruptly, already swinging his legs out of bed. "Team breakfast is in 45 minutes. He disappeared into the bathroom before Dex could say anything else, and Dex was left sitting in the bed, the sheets still warm from where Kill had been, his body still tingling from the contact. "This is fine," Dex muttered to the empty room. "Everything is completely fine and normal and not at all complicated." His phone buzzed with a text from Tommy. "Survive the night?" Dex stared at the message for a long moment before typing back. "Yeah, all good." Another lie to add to the collection.
Chapter 5. The Save. The game against the Minnesota Wild was brutal from the opening face-off. Minnesota was fighting for a playoff spot, just like Boston, and they played with the desperate energy of a team that couldn't afford to lose. The hits were hard and frequent, the pace relentless. By the end of the first period, both teams were already showing signs of fatigue, and the score was locked at 1-1. Dex had managed to score the Blades' only goal, a quick wrist shot from the slot that had squeaked past the Wild's goalie, but he could feel the Minnesota defense keying in on him now, shadowing him every shift, making it harder to find space. In the locker room during the first intermission, Coach Martinson was pacing, his face red with intensity. "They're outworking us," he barked. "Plain and simple. They want it more right now.
Second period, I need to see more battle, more compete. Especially you forwards. You're getting beat to pucks in the corners. Unacceptable. Dex grabbed his water bottle and tried not to think about that morning, about waking up in Kill's arms, about the way it had felt natural, right, like puzzle pieces sliding into place, about the way they'd barely spoken to each other since, maintaining a careful, polite distance that felt worse than their previous animosity. Dex, Kill's voice startled him out of his thoughts. The Russian was sitting a few stalls down, taping a new stick. When you go to net, I will be behind you for rebound. Stay in front. It was a simple tactical instruction, the kind teammates gave each other all the time, but Kill's eyes held something more, an intensity that made Dex's pulse quicken. Yeah, Dex managed. Good, that's good. The second period was even more physical than the first. Minnesota scored early to take the lead, and the Blades were pushing hard to equalize. Dex had 2 good chances, but couldn't bury either of them. Frustration was building, both in him and in the team. With 5 minutes left in the period, Dex got the puck at the blue line and drove hard toward the net. He could see the seam, the gap between the defenseman and the goalie where he could slide the puck through. He was so focused on the shot that he didn't see the Minnesota forward coming at him from his blind side. But Kill did. The hit would have been devastating, the kind of blindside check that could end a career. But at the last second, Kill appeared out of nowhere, putting his massive body between Dex and the oncoming freight train of a Minnesota forward. The collision was thunderous. Both Kill and the Minnesota player went down hard, sliding into the boards with a sickening crunch. The crowd gasped, the referee's whistle shrieked, and Dex, who'd managed to stay on his feet, spun around just in time to see Kill crumple against the boards, not moving. Kill! Dex's heart dropped into his stomach. He was on his knees beside the Russian instantly, gloves already off, hands hovering over Kill's still form. Kill! Hey, can you hear me? The Minnesota player was already getting up, looking shaken but okay. But Kill wasn't moving. The team's medical staff was scrambling over the boards. Sarah reached them first, immediately stabilizing Kill's head and neck. Don't move him. Killian, can you hear me? Can you tell me where it hurts? Kill's eyes fluttered open, unfocused and dazed. His gaze found Dex's face, and something cleared in his expression. Hayes, you are okay? Me? I'm fine, you idiot. You're the one who just got flattened. Good. Kill tried to sit up, but Sarah pushed him firmly back down. Not yet. We need to make sure nothing is seriously injured. Where does it hurt? Shoulder, Kill admitted, his accent thicker with pain. Maybe ribs, but I can play. Absolutely not, Sarah said firmly. You're going to the quiet room for concussion protocol, and then we're getting imaging on that shoulder and ribs. They helped Kill to his feet slowly, and Dex watched, feeling helpless and angry and scared in a way that didn't make sense. Kill had taken that hit for Dex, had seen the danger and deliberately put himself in harm's way to protect Dex. Why? As they helped Kill toward the tunnel, the Russian looked back over his shoulder, his eyes finding Dex's one more time. There was something in that gaze, something Dex couldn't name, but felt all the way through his chest. Then he was gone, swallowed up by the tunnel, and Dex was left standing on the ice, with the crowd murmuring, and his teammates looking between him and the empty tunnel, with varying degrees of concern and curiosity. Hayes, Jake skated up beside him. Are you okay? Yeah, he didn't have to do that. That's what defensemen do, Jake said, but his tone was gentle, understanding. They protect their teammates. That was more than protection. That was... Dex couldn't finish the sentence. Jake's hand landed on his shoulder, squeezing once. I know. Come on. Let's finish this game. For him.
The rest of the game passed in a blur. Dex played like a man possessed, channeling all his complicated emotions into his skating, his stick handling, his relentless pressure on the Minnesota defense. He set up 2 goals, one for Tommy, one for Brandon, and the Blades won 4-2. But Dex couldn't celebrate. All he could think about was Kill, somewhere in the bowels of the arena being evaluated and treated and alone. As soon as the final buzzer sounded, Dex skated directly to the tunnel, bypassing the traditional post-game handshake line until Jake grabbed his jersey. Dex, line first, then you can go check on him. Dex forced himself through the motions, the half-hearted handshakes, the obligatory taps on the goalie's pads. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, he was off the ice and moving through the corridors toward the medical room. He still had his skates on, still had his gloves tucked under his arm, his helmet dangling from one hand. He found Kill sitting on an examination table, shirtless again. Why did that keep happening? While Sarah wrapped his ribs with tape. The Russian's left shoulder was already showing signs of bruising, a dark purple spreading across his pale skin. "Hey," Dex said from the doorway. Kill looked up and his entire face transformed, that rare, genuine smile breaking through his usual stoic expression. "You won." "Yeah, we won. Because of you. Because of team." "No." Dex stepped into the room fully, letting the door close behind him. "Because you threw yourself in front of a hit that was meant for me. That was all you." Kill shrugged, then winced. "It was instinct. I see threat to teammate, I react." "Bullshit." Dex was standing right in front of him now, close enough to see the gold flecks in Kill's pale eyes. "You don't react like that for just any teammate. You could have seriously hurt yourself." "But I did not." Kill's voice was soft. "Concussion protocol was negative. Ribs are bruised, not broken. Shoulder is sore but functional. I will be ready for next game." "That's not the point." "Then what is point?" Dex opened his mouth, then closed it. What was the point? That he was scared when Kill went down? That the thought of Kill being seriously injured made something twist painfully in his chest? That he was starting to feel things he absolutely should not be feeling for his teammate, his former enemy, the stoic Russian defenseman who was supposed to be untouchable and distant? "The point," Dex said finally, his voice rough, is, "Thank you. You saved me from a really bad hit, and thank you." Kill's expression softened further. "You are welcome, Dex." The way he said Dex's name with that accent curling around the syllables did things to Dex's insides that were absolutely not appropriate for a team medical room. "Okay," Sarah said loudly, making both of them jump. She was smirking, clearly aware she'd interrupted something. "Killian, you're all taped up. Keep ice on that shoulder tonight and tomorrow. I'm clearing you to play day after tomorrow in Chicago, but if anything starts hurting more, you tell me immediately. Got it?" "Yes, Sarah. Thank you." She left, and then it was just Dex and Kill in the small room, the air thick with unspoken things. "We should get back to hotel," Kill said, but he didn't move. "Yeah," Dex agreed, also not moving. They stayed like that for another moment, just looking at each other, and Dex felt like they were on the edge of something, a cliff maybe, or a revelation, something that would change everything if they just took one more step forward. But then Kill's phone buzzed, breaking the spell, and they both stepped back. "Team bus," Kill said, checking the message, "is leaving in 20 minutes. "Right, yeah, we should get changed." They walked back to the locker room together, not touching, but close enough that Dex could feel the heat radiating from Kill's skin. The rest of the team was in various stages of undress and celebration, music blasting from someone's speaker, voices raised in victory. Tommy caught Dex's eye across the room and raised his eyebrows in question. Dex shook his head slightly, later, and turned his attention to getting out of his gear. On the bus back to the hotel, Dex found himself sitting with Jake instead of Tommy, needing the captain's steady presence. "That was a hell of a game. 3 points for you. You were flying out there after Volkov went down." "Kill," Dex corrected automatically. "He prefers Kill." Jake's eyebrows rose slightly. "Kill. Okay. Well, Kill made a big play there. That hit would have been ugly." "I know. You two are seeming to figure things out." It wasn't quite a question, but Dex heard the curiosity underneath. Jake was the captain. He made it his business to know how his teammates were getting along, especially when those teammates had a history like Dex and Kill did. "We're getting there," Dex said carefully. "It's complicated." The rest of the game passed in a blur. Dex played like a man possessed, channeling all his complicated emotions into his skating, his stick handling, his relentless pressure on the Minnesota defense. He set up 2 goals, one for Tommy, one for Brandon, and the Blades won 4-2. But Dex couldn't celebrate. All he could think about was Kill, somewhere in the bowels of the arena being evaluated and treated and alone. As soon as the final buzzer sounded, Dex skated directly to the tunnel, bypassing the traditional post-game handshake line until Jake grabbed his jersey. "Dex, line first, then you can go check on him." Dex forced himself through the motions, the half-hearted handshakes, the obligatory taps on the goalie's pads. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, he was off the ice and moving through the corridors toward the medical room. He still had his skates on, still had his gloves tucked under his arm, his helmet dangling from one hand. He found Kill sitting on an examination table, shirtless again. Why did that keep happening? While Sarah wrapped his ribs with tape. The Russian's left shoulder was already showing signs of bruising, a dark purple spreading across his pale skin. "Hey," Dex said from the doorway. Kill looked up and his entire face transformed, that rare, genuine smile breaking through his usual stoic expression. "You won." "Yeah, we won. Because of you." "Because of team." "No." Dex stepped into the room fully, letting the door close behind him. "Because you threw yourself in front of a hit that was meant for me. That was all you." Kill shrugged, then winced. "It was instinct. I see threat to teammate, I react." "Bullshit." Dex was standing right in front of him now, close enough to see the gold flecks in Kill's pale eyes. "You don't react like that for just any teammate. You could have seriously hurt yourself." "But I did not." Kill's voice was soft. "Concussion protocol was negative. Ribs are bruised, not broken. Shoulder is sore but functional. I will be ready for next game." "That's not the point." "Then what is point?" Dex opened his mouth, then closed it. What was the point? That he was scared when Kill went down? That the thought of Kill being seriously injured made something twist painfully in his chest? That he was starting to feel things he absolutely should not be feeling for his teammate, his former enemy, the stoic Russian defenseman who was supposed to be untouchable and distant? "The point," Dex said finally, his voice rough, "is thank you. You saved me from a really bad hit, and thank you." Kill's expression softened further. "You are welcome, Dex." The way he said Dex's name with that accent curling around the syllables did things to Dex's insides that were absolutely not appropriate for a team medical room. "Okay," Sarah said loudly, making both of them jump. She was smirking, clearly aware she'd interrupted something. "Killian, you're all taped up. Keep ice on that shoulder tonight and tomorrow. I'm clearing you to play day after tomorrow in Chicago, but if anything starts hurting more, you tell me immediately. Got it?" "Yes, Sarah. Thank you." She left, and then it was just Dex and Kill in the small room, the air thick with unspoken things. "We should get back to hotel," Kill said, but he didn't move. "Yeah," Dex agreed, also not moving. They stayed like that for another moment, just looking at each other, and Dex felt like they were on the edge of something, a cliff maybe, or a revelation, something that would change everything if they just took one more step forward. But then Kill's phone buzzed, breaking the spell, and they both stepped back. "Team bus," Kill said, checking the message, "is leaving in 20 minutes. "Right, yeah, we should get changed." They walked back to the locker room together, not touching, but close enough that Dex could feel the heat radiating from Kill's skin. The rest of the team was in various stages of undress and celebration, music blasting from someone's speaker, voices raised in victory. Tommy caught Dex's eye across the room and raised his eyebrows in question. Dex shook his head slightly, later, and turned his attention to getting out of his gear. On the bus back to the hotel, Dex found himself sitting with Jake instead of Tommy, needing the captain's steady presence. "That was a hell of a game. 3 points for you. You were flying out there after Volkov went down." "Kill," Dex corrected automatically. He prefers Kill. Jake's eyebrows rose slightly. "Kill. Okay. Well, Kill made a big play there. That hit would have been ugly." "I know. You two are seeming to figure things out." It wasn't quite a question, but Dex heard the curiosity underneath.
Jake was the captain. He made it his business to know how his teammates were getting along, especially when those teammates had a history like Dex and Kill did. "We're getting there," Dex said carefully. "It's complicated."
Chapter 6. Walls Coming Down. The next morning, Dex woke up alone. Well, not completely alone. Kill was still in the room, just not in the bed. The Russian was sitting at the desk, already dressed in workout clothes, typing something on his laptop. His injured shoulder was moving stiffly, Dex noticed, but he was using it. "Morning," Dex mumbled, his voice rough with sleep. Kill turned, and there was that soft smile again, the one that transformed his entire face. "Good morning. I did not want to wake you. You were sleeping very peacefully." Dex pushed himself up on his elbows, becoming aware that at some point during the night he'd migrated to the middle of the bed, sprawled across the space where Kill should have been. "What time is it?" 7:30. We have team breakfast at 8:30, optional morning skate at 10. You going to skate? Kill flexed his shoulder experimentally, wincing slightly. Sarah said I could, but light only, no contact. I will go. Need to keep loose or it will be worse tomorrow. Dex swung his legs out of bed and stood, stretching. His back cracked satisfyingly. I'll come too, keep you company. You do not have to. I know, I want to. Something warm flickered in Kill's eyes. Okay, then we go together. They fell into an easy rhythm over breakfast, sitting together at one end of the team table, not quite separate from everyone else, but in their own bubble. Tommy kept shooting Dex significant looks from across the table, but Dex ignored him, focused instead on the way Kill methodically worked through his omelet, always eating the vegetables first, then the eggs, then the toast. You always eat in same order, Dex observed. Kill looked down at his plate, then back at Dex. You notice this? I notice a lot of things about you. The words were out before Dex could stop them, and he felt heat creep up his neck. I mean, because we're linemates now, it's good to know your patterns, for chemistry, on the ice. Right, for chemistry. Kill's lips twitched. On ice. They were definitely flirting. This was definitely flirting, and Dex should probably stop, but he didn't want to. The morning skate was indeed light, just a few players who wanted to work on specific things or loosen up before the travel day tomorrow. Dex and Kill had the ice mostly to themselves, along with Martinez and one of the younger defensemen. Come, Kill said, gesturing for Dex to follow him. I want to work on something. They positioned themselves at opposite ends of the neutral zone. Kill had a bucket of pucks, and he started feeding them to Dex. Gentle passes at first, then harder, faster, forcing Dex to react quickly. You telegraph your movements, Kill called out. When you are going to cut left, your shoulder drops slightly. Good defensemen will see this, will anticipate. So what do I do about it? Keep shoulders level. Use your eyes to fake one way, go other way. Like this. Kill demonstrated, his body perfectly still while his eyes looked left, then he exploded right. Even injured, his movement was fluid, powerful. They worked on it for 20 minutes, Kill patiently correcting Dex's form, showing him how to disguise his intentions. It was the most they'd talked about actual hockey technique, and Dex found himself fascinated by the way Kill's mind worked, always analytical, always thinking 3 steps ahead. You're a good student, Kill said, after Dex successfully faked him out twice in a row. You learn fast. I have a good teacher. Kill's smile was bright enough to rival the arena lights. We make good team, I think. Yeah, Dex agreed, something settling into place in his chest. We really do. After showering and changing, they had a few hours before the team dinner that evening. Most of the guys were planning to explore Minneapolis, hit up the Mall of America, or check out some of the local restaurants. Tommy invited Dex along, but for the first time in his career, Dex found himself declining. Actually, I think I'm just going to hang out at the hotel, maybe catch up on some reading. Tommy's eyebrows shot up. You? Reading? Voluntarily? I read? You look at the pictures in magazines, that's not the same thing. Tommy glanced past Dex to where Kill was talking to Martinez. This wouldn't have anything to do with your roommate, would it? I just want a quiet afternoon. Is that a crime? Uh-huh, sure. Tommy clapped him on the shoulder.
Have fun with your reading, buddy. Back in the hotel room, Dex did actually try to read for a while, sprawled on the bed with his tablet. Kill had claimed the desk again, working on something on his laptop that involved a lot of intense concentration and occasional muttering in Russian. After about an hour, Dex's curiosity got the better of him. "What are you working on?" Kill glanced up, seeming to come back from wherever his mind had been. "Is project for my sister. She is applying for summer internship at engineering firm in Moscow, needs help with application essay. My English is better than hers, so I help translate, make sound more professional." "That's really sweet of you." Kill shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed. "She is smart, deserves good opportunity. I just help with words." "Can I ask," he hesitated, "why did you come to North America to play hockey here? You could have stayed in the KHL, been closer to your family." Kill was quiet for a long moment, his fingers still on the keyboard. "NHL is dream, best league in world, best players. I wanted to test myself, to see if I could compete at highest level." He paused. "But also, money is better here, much better. My mother, she has medical condition, needs treatment that is expensive. My salary, it pays for this, pays for Anya's university, pays for apartment in good neighborhood so they are safe." "That's a lot of pressure," Dex said softly. "Taking care of everyone."
Is my responsibility. My father, he died when I was 16. Heart attack, very sudden. I am man of family now. This is what man does. He provides, he protects. Dex thought about his own father, alive and healthy and retired comfortably on his Hall of Fame pension and endorsement deals. He thought about how Marcus Hayes had never had to worry about money, had never had to choose between his dreams and his family's well-being. "You're a good brother," Dex said. "A good son." Kill's expression softened. "You are a good son too, I think. I see how you talk to your father on phone. Always respectful, always trying to make him proud." "Sometimes I think that's all I do. Try to make him proud. Try to live up to his legacy." The words tumbled out before Dex could stop them. "Do you know what it's like, having Marcus Hayes as your father? Every time I step on the ice, people are comparing me to him. Every time I score a goal or make a mistake, it's not as good as Marcus or just like Marcus. I'm 26 years old and I'm still trying to figure out who Dex Hayes is, separate from my father's shadow." Kill closed his laptop and turned in his chair to face Dex fully. "I know what I see when I watch you play." "What's that?" "I see player who is creative, who takes chances, who makes game exciting. Your father, he was great, yes, but he played different style, more conservative, more calculated. You play with your heart, with passion. Is not better or worse than your father, is just different, is you." Dex felt something crack open in his chest, something that had been locked tight for years. "You said that once before, in the parking garage after the hit, that I'm not my father." "Because you are not. You are Mordecai Hayes, Dex. And Dex Hayes is worth knowing, worth watching, separate from any father or legacy." Kill's pale eyes were intense, sincere. "This is what I see, what I have always seen, even when we were enemies." No one had ever said anything like that to Dex before. His coaches praised his skill, his teammates valued his contributions, his father offered measured approval when Dex met his standards, but no one had ever looked at him and seen just Dex, not the legacy, not the potential, just the person. "Kill, Dex's voice caught. He didn't know how to finish that sentence, didn't know how to express the tangle of emotions in his chest. Kill stood and crossed to the bed, sitting on the edge near Dex. "You do not have to say anything. I just want you to know, you are enough, exactly as you are." They were close again, that dangerous proximity that made Dex's pulse race. Kill's eyes dropped to Dex's lips for just a fraction of a second before darting back up, and Dex's breath caught. This was it, the moment, the cliff's edge they'd been dancing around. Dex leaned forward slightly, watching Kill's eyes widen, seeing Kill's breath quicken.
Kill didn't pull away. If anything, he leaned in too, closing the distance between them, inch for precious inch. Dex's phone erupted with noise, a loud, obnoxious ringtone that shattered the moment like glass. They both jerked back. Dex grabbed his phone, ready to throw it across the room, and saw his father's name on the screen. "Shit," he muttered. "I have to take this. He only calls at weird times if something's wrong." Kill nodded, already retreating to the desk, putting distance between them. "Of course, I will give you privacy." He disappeared into the bathroom before Dex could protest. "Dad?" Dex answered, trying to keep the frustration out of his voice. "Everything okay?" "Hey, son. Yeah, everything's fine. Just wanted to check in, see how the road trip's going." They talked for 15 minutes about the game in Minnesota, about Kill's save, about the upcoming games in Chicago and Detroit. Marcus was complimentary in his restrained way, offering tactical advice that Dex had heard 1,000 times before. When Dex finally hung up, Kill emerged from the bathroom, his expression carefully neutral. "Everything is okay with your father?" "Yeah, he just wanted to talk about the game." "Good, that is good. I should finish helping Anya with essay. Team dinner is in 2 hours." And just like that, the moment was gone. The almost kiss relegated to the realm of what-ifs and might-have-beens. Dex wanted to say something, wanted to address what had almost happened, but the words stuck in his throat. So instead, he went back to his tablet, pretending to read while his mind replayed those few seconds when Kill had leaned in, when they'd been a heartbeat away from crossing a line they couldn't uncross. The team dinner was at a steakhouse downtown, the kind of place with dark wood paneling and leather booths and waiters in crisp white shirts. Coach Martinson gave a speech about the next 2 games, about maintaining their momentum, about the playoff picture tightening up. Dex sat between Tommy and Brandon, but his attention kept drifting across the table to where Kill sat with the other defenseman. The Russian was quiet as usual, eating his steak methodically, vegetables first, then potatoes, then meat, occasionally nodding along to Martinez's animated story about something. Their eyes met once, and the intensity in Kill's gaze made Dex's heart stutter. "Dude," Tommy hissed in his ear, "you're staring." "No, I'm not." "You literally haven't blinked in 30 seconds. I counted." Dex forced himself to look away, to focus on his own meal, to engage in the conversation Brandon was trying to have about the new Marvel movie. But his awareness remained locked on Kill, on the Russian's presence across the table, on the memory of how close they'd been just hours ago. After dinner, on the walk back to the hotel, Jake fell into step beside Dex. "You and Kill seem to be getting along better," the captain observed. "Yeah, we talked some things out, cleared the air." "Good, that's good for the team. But Dex, I need you to be careful." Dex's stomach dropped. "Careful of what?" "I've been in this league a long time. I've seen a lot of things, and I've learned to read people pretty well." Jake's voice was kind but serious. "Whatever's developing between you two, and before you deny it, just know that I have eyes and I'm not blind. You need to be smart about it." Dex's mouth dried. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Dex, come on. The way you look at him, the way he looks at you when he thinks no one's watching, I'm your captain. It's my job to notice these things." They walked in silence for a moment, Dex's mind racing. Jake knew, or at least suspected, and if Jake had noticed, who else had? "Is it that obvious?" Dex asked finally, his voice barely above a whisper.
Only to people who know what to look for. The rest of the team just thinks you're working through your rivalry. Jake's hand landed on Dex's shoulder, stopping him. "Look, I don't care who you're attracted to. That's your business. But this is the NHL, and it's 2026, not 2036. Things are better than they used to be, but they're not perfect. You come out, you'll face backlash. Both of you will. And if your teammates on top of that—" "I know," Dex said miserably. "I know all of that." "Do you? Because it's one thing to know it intellectually and another to live it. The media scrutiny, the comments from fans, the potential impact on your career." Jake's expression was sympathetic but firm. "I'm not saying don't pursue it if it's real. I'm just saying be very sure before you do, and be prepared for the consequences." Dex nodded, feeling like the weight of the world had just settled on his shoulders. Nothing's happened. We haven't... It's not like we're together or anything. Yet, Jake said, but I can see where it's heading. Just think about what you're willing to risk, both of you. Back in the hotel room, the atmosphere was different, charged with everything unspoken, weighted with Jake's warnings echoing in Dex's head. Kill was already in his sleep clothes, sitting on his side of the bed with his book. He looked up when Dex entered, and something flickered across his face. Hope, maybe, or anticipation. "Hey," Dex said, his voice coming out rougher than intended. "Hey." Dex went through his nighttime routine on autopilot, his mind spinning. He thought about the almost kiss, about Kill's words, "You are enough, exactly as you are," about Jake's warning, about the reality of what pursuing this thing between them would mean. He thought about his father, about the media, about the fans who already scrutinized his every move, about the pressure of living up to the Hayes legacy while simultaneously trying to carve out his own identity. Adding a same-sex relationship with a teammate into that mix, it would be chaos. But when Dex climbed into bed and looked over at Kill, at the way the Russian's eyes softened when their gazes met, at the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he thought maybe chaos might be worth it. "Today," Kill said quietly, closing his book, "before your father called, we were—" "Yeah," Dex interrupted, not ready to hear it aloud. "We were. I have been thinking about it all evening." Kill set his book aside and turned to face Dex fully. "I do not know what is happening between us, Dex, but I know it is something I have not felt before." Dex's heart was pounding so hard he was sure Kill could hear it. "Killian, this is complicated. We're teammates. The media already watches us because of our history. If there was something between us, I know complications. I know risk, but I also know that I think about you all the time, that when you smile, my chest feels warm, that when you are hurt, when I saw you on ice after my hit, I felt like I had broken something inside myself. And when I took hit for you in Minnesota, I did not think about risk or consequences. I thought only that I could not let you be hurt, not when I could prevent it. Killian, you do not have to say anything now. I just need you to know, whatever this is, whatever it could be, I am not afraid of it. I am only afraid of pretending it does not exist." They stared at each other across the small distance separating them in the bed, and Dex felt like they were standing at a crossroads. One path led back to safety, to teammate camaraderie and nothing more. The other led into unknown territory, dangerous and exhilarating in equal measure. "I'm terrified of what it would mean, of what we'd be risking, my career, your career, our families." "I know. I am terrified too." Kill's hand moved across the sheets, stopping inches from Dex's. "But I am more terrified of wondering what if, of living whole life and never knowing what this could have been." Dex looked down at their hands, so close but not quite touching. He thought about Jake's warning, about his father's expectations, about the media firestorm that would inevitably follow if they crossed this line. And then he thought about the way Kill had looked at him in the parking garage after the hit, the way Kill had taken a brutal check to protect him, the way Kill's voice softened when he said Dex's name. Sometimes the scariest thing was also the right thing. Dex closed the distance, lacing his fingers through Kill's. Kill's breath caught, his eyes widening. His hand tightened around Dex's, holding on like Dex was something precious, something worth the risk. "We take this slow," Dex said, his voice shaking slightly. "We figure it out together, and we're careful, so careful because I can't lose hockey, but I also can't—" He stopped, the words too big, too overwhelming. "I can't keep pretending I don't feel this." "Slow," Kill agreed. "Together. Careful." His thumb traced circles on the back of Dex's hand, sending shivers up Dex's arm. "But honest. At least with each other, we are honest." "Honest," Dex echoed. They lay there, hands intertwined, neither moving to close the physical distance between them, but connected nonetheless. It wasn't a kiss. They weren't ready for that yet, the implications too massive, but it was an acknowledgement, a beginning. Outside, Minneapolis hummed with nighttime traffic.
Inside room 847, two hockey players lay in the darkness, holding hands like teenagers, embarking on something that could either be the best or worst decision of their lives. And for the first time in weeks, Dex felt like he could breathe fully, like some knot in his chest had finally loosened.
Chapter 7: Ice and Fire. Chicago welcomed them with freezing rain and wind that cut through even the thickest winter coat. Dex stood outside the United Center, waiting for the team bus, and watched the city blur through the downpour. They'd flown in that morning, Kill sitting beside him on the plane this time instead of 3 rows back. Nothing overt, just two teammates sitting together, Kill reading his book while Dex watched film on his tablet. But their shoulders had touched, their knees had bumped, and every point of contact had felt like electricity. Tommy had definitely noticed. So had Martinez, if the knowing look he'd shot them was any indication, but no one had said anything, and Dex was grateful for the discretion. The game against the Blackhawks that night was going to be tough. Chicago was fighting for a playoff spot too, and they played a fast, aggressive style that had given the Blades trouble in the past. Coach Martinson had spent the entire morning practice drilling transition defense, emphasizing the need to shut down Chicago's speed through the neutral zone. "Hayes! Volkov! Get in here!" Dex turned to see the team bus pulling up, Sarah beckoning them from the doorway. He and Kill jogged through the rain, ducking inside the warm interior. They had a new room assignment in Chicago, this time with 2 beds, which should have been a relief. Instead, Dex found himself disappointed as they set their bags down in the very normal, very boring double room. "It's better this way," Kill said quietly, seeming to read Dex's thoughts. "We can actually sleep before the game." "Right. Yeah, definitely better." Kill's lips twitched into a small smile. "You are a bad liar, Dex Hayes." Before Dex could respond, there was a knock on the door. Tommy stuck his head in. "Team meal in 30 minutes. Coach wants everyone downstairs. Oh, and Dex, your dad called the front desk looking for you. Said you weren't answering your cell." Dex checked his phone and swore. 5 missed calls from Marcus. "Thanks, Tom." After Tommy left, Dex reluctantly dialed his father back. "Mordecai, finally!" Marcus didn't sound angry, just exasperated. "I've been trying to reach you for an hour." "Sorry, Dad. Phone was on silent during the flight." "Listen, I wanted to give you a heads up. ESPN is doing a feature on you about playing in my shadow, carrying on the Hayes legacy, that sort of thing. They want to interview you after tonight's game." Dex's stomach sank. "Do I have to?" "It would look bad if you refused. Besides, it's good publicity. Just be yourself. Talk about the team, mention your goals for the season." Be yourself. Right. Except Dex was increasingly unsure who that self was anymore. The dutiful son living up to his father's legacy, or the man who was falling for his Russian teammate in defiance of everything that was expected of him. "Okay," Dex said. "I'll do it." "That's my boy. Oh, and Mordecai, be careful what you say about Volkov. I know you two have had your differences, but the media loves a good rivalry to teammates story. Don't give them ammunition to twist things." Too late for that, Dex thought. "I'll be careful." After he hung up, he found Kill watching him with concern. "Is problem?" "No, just ESPN wants to interview me after the game about being Marcus Hayes' son." Dex sat heavily on one of the beds. "Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled in a dozen different directions. Everyone wants something from me. My dad wants me to uphold the family legacy. The team wants me to produce points. The media wants sound bites and controversy. And I just want to play hooky. Want to be yourself." "Yeah." Kill crossed the room and sat beside Dex on the bed, close enough that their shoulders touched. "Then play hooky. Be yourself. Everything else is noise." "Easy for you to say. You don't have a Hall of Fame father breathing down your neck." "No, I have sick mother and younger sister depending on me to send money home every month. I have Russian media who say I am traitor for leaving KHL. I have pressure too, Dex, just different kind." Kill's hand found Dex's, squeezing gently. "But on ice,
all that disappears. On ice is just game, just puck and stick and trying to win. Dex squeezed back, drawing strength from the contact. How are you so calm about everything? I am not calm. I am terrified most of time, but I am also good at hiding it. Kill's smile was self-deprecating. You think I am stoic, but really I am just scared to show emotion. It's easier to be stone than to be vulnerable. You're not being stone right now. No, because you make me want to be real, to be honest. Kill's thumb traced patterns on Dex's palm. Is frightening and wonderful at same time. Dex turned to look at Kill, really look at him, and saw past the stoic defenseman facade to the person underneath, someone who was struggling with his own pressures, his own fears, his own desire to be authentic in a world that demanded conformity. They were more alike than Dex had realized. We should get down to the team meal, reluctantly. Da, should not be late. But Kill didn't move, didn't let go of Dex's hand. Kill? Yes?
Thank you for being honest with me, for letting me see the real you. Kill's smile was soft, genuine. Thank you for seeing me. Not many people do. The game that night was a battle from the opening face-off. Chicago came out flying, their young legs giving the Blades trouble in the first period. Dex got crushed into the boards twice in the first 10 minutes, clean hits, but hard enough to rattle his teeth. The second time, he saw Kill drop his gloves and start toward the Blackhawks player who delivered the check, murder in his eyes. Dex scrambled up and skated quickly to intercept. I'm fine, don't fight him. He hit you hard. Kill's jaw was clenched, his fists still ready. It's hockey. People hit each other. That's allowed. Jake skated up between them, glaring at Kill. Get your head in the game, Volkov. We can't afford penalties. Kill looked like he wanted to argue, but Dex caught his eye and shook his head minutely. After a tense moment, Kill nodded and skated back to his position. The first period ended 1-0 Chicago, and Coach Martinson was not happy in the locker room. We're getting outworked. They're hungrier than us, and it shows. Second period, I need to see some pushback. Dex, you're getting too cute with the puck. Simplify your game. Volkov, stop worrying about protecting Hayes and focus on your defensive assignments. He can take care of himself. Dex glanced at Kill across the locker room. The Russian's jaw was tight, his eyes fixed on the floor between his skates. The second period was better. Tommy scored to tie the game, and Dex got an assist on a goal by Brandon. But Chicago answered with 2 quick goals, and suddenly the Blades were down 3-2 with 1 period to play. In the third, desperation set in. The Blades pressed hard, and with 8 minutes left, Dex found himself battling for a loose puck in the corner. He dug it out and spun toward the net, but a Chicago defenseman was on him instantly. They collided hard, and Dex felt himself going down, but instead of hitting the ice, strong arms caught him, Kill appearing out of nowhere to keep him upright. I have you, Kill said, the words barely audible over the crowd noise. And then Kill was gone, picking up the loose puck and making a perfect outlet pass to Martinez at the blue line. The play developed quickly. Martinez to Tommy to Dex, who'd recovered and was driving toward the net. Dex one-timed it past the Chicago goalie. 3-3. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. I have you. The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass, and suddenly it was a 2-on-1, Dex and Tommy against 1 Chicago defenseman. Dex had the puck, driving toward the net. The defenseman committed to him, so Dex slid a pass across to Tommy, who buried it top shelf.
3-3, Blades. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. "I have you." The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass, and suddenly it was a 2-on-1, Dex and Tommy against one Chicago defenseman. Dex had the puck, driving toward the net. The defenseman committed to him, so Dex slid a pass across to Tommy, who buried it top shelf. 3-3, Blades. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. "I have you." The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass, and suddenly it was a 2-on-1, Dex and Tommy against one Chicago defenseman. Dex had the puck, driving toward the net. The defenseman committed to him, so Dex slid a pass across to Tommy, who buried it top shelf. 3-3, Blades. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. "I have you." The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass, and suddenly it was a 2-on-1, Dex and Tommy against one Chicago defenseman. Dex had the puck, driving toward the net. The defenseman committed to him, so Dex slid a pass across to Tommy, who buried it top shelf. 3-3, Blades. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. "I have you." The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass, and suddenly it was a 2-on-1, Dex and Tommy against one Chicago defenseman. Dex had the puck, driving toward the net. The defenseman committed to him, so Dex slid a pass across to Tommy, who buried it top shelf. 3-3, Blades. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. "I have you." The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass, and suddenly it was a 2-on-1, Dex and Tommy against one Chicago defenseman. Dex had the puck, driving toward the net. The defenseman committed to him, so Dex slid a pass across to Tommy, who buried it top shelf. 3-3, Blades. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. "I have you." The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass, and suddenly it was a 2-on-1, Dex and Tommy against one Chicago defenseman. Dex had the puck, driving toward the net. The defenseman committed to him, so Dex slid a pass across to Tommy, who buried it top shelf. 3-3 Blades. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. "I have you." The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass, and suddenly it was a 2-on-1, Dex and Tommy against one Chicago defenseman. Dex had the puck, driving toward the net. The defenseman committed to him, so Dex slid a pass across to Tommy, who buried it top shelf. 3-3 Blades. The celebration was brief. They needed another goal to win, but as Dex skated back to the bench, Kill caught Dex's eye. "I have you." The words echoed in Dex's mind, taking on layers of meaning that had nothing to do with hockey. With 3 minutes left, Kill made the game of the play. Chicago was pressing for the go-ahead goal when Kill intercepted a pass at his own blue line. Instead of making the safe play, chipping it out or icing it, he turned up ice with deceptive speed. Dex saw it developing and accelerated, flying up the wing. Kill hit him with a perfect stretch pass.
This was getting too specific, too pointed. Dex forced a laugh. "We're both pretty boring, honestly. Mostly just reading before bed." Well, the on-ice results speak for themselves. You two have been playing great together." Melissa checked her notes. "Last question. What does the rest of the season look like for Dex Hayes? What are your goals?" "Win. Make the playoffs. Help this team compete for a cup. Everything else is just noise." After the interview wrapped, Dex found Kill waiting in the corridor, leaning against the wall with his phone. "How was it?" Kill asked. "Invasive. She was asking about us rooming together, about our connection, like she was fishing for something." Kill's expression darkened. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Just there were teammates building chemistry. Standard answer." Dex lowered his voice, glancing around to make sure they were alone. "But Kill, I think people are starting to notice the way we are together." "Let them notice that we are good teammates. Is that all we are?" Kill's eyes met his, intense and unwavering. "You know answer to that." They stood there in the corridor, the sounds of the arena fading around them, and Dex felt the weight of everything unspoken pressing down. They couldn't have this conversation here, couldn't risk someone overhearing. "We should get back to the hotel," Dex finally said. "Duh, we should." But neither of them moved, caught in the gravity of each other's presence. Finally, Jake appeared at the end of the corridor. "Bus is leaving at 5. Let's go, lovebirds." Dex's head snapped up. "Jake!" "Relax, I'm kidding. Mostly." Jake's expression turned serious. "But seriously, be more careful. That interview, I watched it. That reporter was absolutely fishing. You need to be smarter about this." Back in their Chicago hotel room, with its 2 separate beds that somehow felt like an ocean of distance, Dex and Kill moved around each other carefully. The euphoria of the win had faded, replaced with tension and unspoken fears. "We should talk," Dex said finally. "About what Jake said, about being careful." "I know we must be careful." Kill sat on his bed, hands clasped between his knees. "But I do not know how to turn off feelings, how to pretend nothing is here." He pressed a fist to his chest. "Here." Dex crossed to Kill's bed and sat beside him, their shoulders touching. "I don't want you to turn off your feelings. I just don't want us to get caught before we even know what this is." "What do you want it to be?" The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implications. What did Dex want? A secret relationship that they had to hide from everyone? Or something real, something they could acknowledge even if it meant facing the consequences? "I want," Dex started, then stopped. "I want to know you, really know you. Not just as a teammate, but as a person. I want to understand what makes you smile, what keeps you up at night, what your dreams are beyond hockey. Kill turned to look at him, those pale eyes searching. And then, I don't know, but I want to find out with you. Kill's hand found Dex's, their fingers intertwining like they had in Minneapolis. I want that too. But Dex, you must understand what this could mean for both of us. The media, the fans, our families. I know. Do you? Really? Kill's accent thickened. In Russia, they do not accept this. My mother, she is traditional, religious. If she knew I had feelings for man, for teammate, she would be ashamed. You don't know that. I know my mother. I know my country. Kill's voice was heavy with pain. And I know that if I pursue this, if I let myself be honest about what I feel, I may lose them. My family, the only people who truly matter to me. Dex squeezed Kill's hand. Then we don't tell them. Not yet. Not until we know what this is, where it's going. More secrets, more hiding. For now, until we're ready. Dex turned fully towards Kill. But between us, we're honest. No hiding from each other. Kill studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Okay. Between us, we are honest. He brought Dex's hand up to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to the knuckles. And honestly, Dex Hayes, you are most confusing, most wonderful person I have ever met. Dex's breath caught at the gesture, at the tenderness in it. We're really doing this, aren't we? Whatever this is, I think we are. Kill's smile was small but genuine. And I think I am terrified. Me too. They stood there, hands clasped, the weight of their decisions settling over them like snow. Tomorrow they'd fly to Detroit for the last game of the road trip. Then it was back to Boston, back to the daily grind of practices and games, and maintaining the careful facade of being just teammates. But for tonight in this Chicago hotel room, they could be honest. They could be themselves. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough.
Chapter 8. Almost. Detroit greeted them with gray skies and the kind of biting cold that made even hardened hockey players grumble. The team checked into their hotel near the arena, and Dex wasn't surprised when Coach Martinson announced the room assignments and paired him with Kill again. Tommy raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Jake just gave Dex a meaningful look that clearly said, "Be careful." This time, their room had one king bed again. Apparently, the hotel gods had a sense of humor, or maybe the universe was testing them. "I can call front desk," Kill offered, though his eyes lingered on the bed in a way that suggested he didn't really want to. "See if they have room with 2 beds." "Don't bother. We survived it in Minneapolis." Dex set his bag down, trying to ignore the way his heart rate had picked up. "We're adults. We can share a bed." "We are adults who admitted we have feelings for each other 2 nights ago. Sharing bed seems like bad idea." "Probably," Dex turned to face him, "but I trust you, and I trust myself. We can handle this." Kill's expression softened. "You have more faith than I do." They had a few hours before the team dinner, so Dex suggested they walk around downtown Detroit, get some fresh air, and clear their heads. They bundled up against the cold and headed out, 2 hockey players in Blades gear exploring a city that knew hockey in its bones. They didn't talk much at first, just walked side by side through the streets, watching people and cars and the general chaos of city life. But eventually, Kill broke the silence. "Tell me something real, something you have not told anyone else." Dex thought about it, his breath misting in the cold air. "I almost quit hockey when I was 19. Kill stopped walking, turning to stare at him. "What? Why?" "I was at Harvard playing college hockey, and everyone kept comparing me to my dad. Every game, every practice, every interview, it was always Marcus Hayes' son this and living up to the legacy that. And I got so tired of it, so tired of feeling like I'd never be good enough, never be my own person." "But you did not quit." "No, because my dad found out I was thinking about it, and he drove up to Boston to talk to me. He told me something I'll never forget. He said, 'Mordecai, you don't play hockey for me or for my legacy. You play because you love it. And the day you stop loving it is the day you should quit, not before. And you still loved it. Yeah, I did. I do. Even with all the pressure and comparisons and expectations, I still love being on the ice. The feeling of flying down the wing with the puck, the satisfaction of a perfect pass, the way time seems to slow down right before you take a shot. Nothing else makes me feel that alive. Kill was watching him with an expression that made Dex's chest feel warm despite the cold. You look different when you talk about hockey, lighter, like weight comes off your shoulders. That's how you make me feel, like the weight comes off, like I can just be Dex, not Marcus Hayes' son or the guy living in his father's shadow. Just me. Kill's hand found Dex's, their fingers intertwining, even though they were in public, even though anyone could see. You are always just Dex to me. From first time I saw you play, before I knew about your father, I thought that player is special, not because of name or legacy, because of how you play, with heart. They walked a few more blocks hand in hand before the reality of where they were, in public, where fans or media could spot them, forced them to separate. But the warmth of that brief contact lingered. Your turn, Dex said. Tell me something real. Kill was quiet for a long time, his expression thoughtful. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, almost lost in the city noise. I am afraid I am becoming American. Dex frowned. What do you mean? In Russia, I was different person, more open, more warm, maybe. But when I came to NHL, I learned quickly that showing emotion was weakness, that I needed to be tough, stoic, give nothing away. Kill shoved his hands in his pockets. And now, after 6 years here, I do not know how to be other way. Even with my family, even with Anya on phone, I am more closed off than I used to be. She tells me this, says I am losing my Russian soul. I don't think you're losing anything. I think you're protecting yourself. There's a difference. Maybe, but sometimes I worry that if I protect myself too much, there will be nothing left to protect, just empty shell. Kill glanced at Dex. You make me want to be open again, to feel things instead of hiding them. That sounds terrifying. It is, but also good terrifying, like standing on edge of cliff, scary but also exciting. They ended up at a small coffee shop, one of those hipster places with exposed brick and overly complicated drink menus. They ordered black coffee for Kill, some ridiculous caramel latte for Dex, and found a corner booth away from other customers. I looked you up once, after the hit. I wanted to understand why you played the way you did, so I watched old KHL games, read articles about you. Kill's eyebrows rose. And what did you learn? That you were different in Russia. You smiled more, celebrated goals with your teammates. There's this one video of you after a playoff series win, and you're laughing and hugging everyone, and you look so free.
I was younger then, before my father died, before I had to be man of family. Kill stared into his coffee. Hockey was still just game. Now it is job, responsibility, way to provide for people I love. It can be both, Dex said gently. A job and something you love. Maybe. I hope so. Kill looked up, meeting Dex's eyes. You make me remember why I loved it. When we play together, when we make good play like in Chicago, in those moments I feel young again, feel free. Dex's heart clenched. Kill! I know it's too much, too heavy. I am sorry. Don't apologize. Never apologize for being honest with me. Dex reached across the table, his hand covering Kill's. I'm glad I make you feel that way. You make me feel the same. They sat there, hands clasped across the coffee shop table, having a moment that felt impossibly intimate despite the public setting. An older woman at a nearby table smiled at them warmly, and Dex realized what they must look like. 2 men on a date, holding hands, lost in each other. He should let go, should put distance between them. Instead, he held on tighter. The game that night against the Red Wings was the sloppiest of the road trip. Both teams seemed tired, the ice was choppy, and the play was disjointed. The Blades managed to eke out a 3-2 win, but it was ugly. Dex had a goal and an assist, but he'd also taken 2 penalties, one for hooking, one for slashing. Coach Martinson had benched him for part of the third period, and Dex had spent the time fuming on the bench, watching Kill play shutdown defense against Detroit's top line. In the locker room afterward, the mood was subdued. They'd won, but no one felt good about it. "Sloppy game, boys," Jake said, standing in the center of the room, "but we got the 2 points, and that's what matters. We're heading home 3-1 on this trip, which is exactly what we needed. Get showered, get on the plane, get home, get some rest. We've got 3 days before Florida comes to town." The flight back to Boston was late. They didn't take off until nearly midnight. Most of the team slept, exhausted from 4 games in 7 days. Dex tried to sleep, but found himself restless, his mind spinning. Kill was beside him, awake as well, staring out the window at the darkness. "Cannot sleep?" Kill asked quietly. "Too wound up still." "Me too." Kill's hand moved on the armrest between them, his pinky finger extending to touch Dex's. It was the smallest contact, barely anything, but it sent electricity through Dex's entire body. "When we get back to Boston," Dex whispered, "we need to figure out how to do this, how to be whatever we are. I have been thinking about this. We should not change anything publicly. At practice, at games, we are just teammates, professional. And off the ice? Off ice we can see each other, carefully, at each other's apartments, not in public places, not until we are ready to deal with questions." It sounded reasonable, responsible even, but it also sounded lonely, sneaking around, hiding what they were feeling, pretending indifference when they were surrounded by teammates. "I hate that it has to be this way," Dex said. "I know, I do too, but is necessary. For now." "For now," Dex echoed. He turned his hand over, letting Kill's finger trace patterns on his palm. "But someday," Dex said, "someday maybe we can be honest. Maybe world will be ready." Kill's voice was soft, tinged with hope and doubt in equal measure. "But that day is not today." They sat like that for the rest of the flight, connected by the smallest touch, planning a relationship that would exist in shadows and stolen moments. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't what Dex wanted. He wanted to shout from rooftops, wanted to tell everyone that he was falling for Killian Volkov. But it was what they had, and for now, it would have to be enough. They landed in Boston at 3 a.m, the city quiet and dark. The team dispersed to their cars in the parking garage, everyone exhausted and ready for their own beds. "Ride home?" Kill offered, gesturing to his SUV. "Yeah, thanks." They drove through empty Boston streets, the silence comfortable now instead of tense. Kill pulled up outside Dex's building in the north end, putting the car in park but leaving the engine running. "Dex," Kill said as Dex reached for the door handle. "Wait." Dex turned back. Kill's hand cupped Dex's jaw, thumb brushing across Dex's cheekbone. The touch was gentle, reverent, and Dex found himself leaning into it without conscious thought. "I have wanted to touch you like this for a long time, since Minneapolis, maybe before, but I was afraid." "What changed?" "I am still afraid, but I am more afraid of not trying." Kill's eyes searched Dex's face. May I kiss you?" Dex's heart stopped, then started again at double speed. This was it, the moment they'd been dancing around for weeks. Once they crossed this line, there was no going back. "Yes," Dex breathed. Kill leaned in slowly, giving Dex every opportunity to change his mind, to pull away. But Dex didn't want to pull away. He wanted this, wanted Kill, wanted to know what those lips felt like against his own. The kiss was soft at first, tentative, questioning. Kill's lips were warm despite the cold, and he tasted faintly of the mint gum he'd been chewing on the plane.
Dex's eyes fluttered closed, and he let himself sink into the sensation. The gentle pressure, the careful way Kill cradled his face, the way time seemed to slow and stretch. Then Kill's other hand came up to tangle in Dex's hair, and the kiss deepened. Dex made a sound, something between a gasp and a moan, and suddenly they were pressed together as much as the car's center console would allow, kissing like they were trying to make up for all the weeks of wanting and not having. Kill kissed like he played hockey, with complete focus and intensity, like Dex was the only thing in the world that mattered. His tongue traced Dex's lower lip, requesting entrance, and Dex opened for him willingly. It was perfect. It was everything. It was also happening in a car on a public street at 3 a.m, where anyone could see them.
Dex pulled back reluctantly, breathing hard. Someone could see. I know. But Kill's forehead rested against Dex's, neither of them ready to fully separate. Bože moj, Dex, you are... Yeah, Dex agreed, not even sure what Kill had been about to say, but feeling the same way. Yeah. They finally separated, and Dex grabbed his bag from the back seat, his lips still tingling, his heart still racing. Text me when you get home, Dex said. Let me know you made it safe. You are 2 blocks from my apartment. I don't care. Text me anyway. Kill's smile was brilliant, transforming his entire face. Okay, I will text you. Dex practically floated up to his apartment. He showered, changed into sleep clothes, and collapsed into bed, his phone clutched in his hand. It buzzed 5 minutes later. Home safe, dreaming of you already. K. Dex grinned at his phone like an idiot, then typed back. Same. See you at practice day after tomorrow. Too long. Maybe I come to your apartment tomorrow? We could talk. Talk, right. Is that what we're calling it? Dex Hayes, are you flirting with me? Maybe. Is it working? Very much. Sleep now. Dream of me. Already am. Dex set his phone aside and stared at his ceiling, a ridiculous smile on his face. He'd just kissed Killian Volkov. They'd just kissed, in a car at 3 a.m, like teenagers sneaking around. It was reckless and dangerous and completely wonderful, and Dex couldn't wait to do it again. Chapter 9. Stolen Moments. The next 3 weeks were the best and worst of Dex's life. Best because he and Kill were together, secretly, carefully, but together nonetheless. Worst because maintaining the secret was exhausting, a constant performance that required hypervigilance every moment they were in public. They fell into a routine. At practice and games, they were consummate professionals, teammates working to build chemistry, nothing more. Dex would drill with the forwards while Kill worked with the defenseman, and they'd only interact during team drills and scrimmages. But their on-ice chemistry was undeniable. They seemed to read each other's minds, Kill always knowing where Dex would be, Dex instinctively knowing when Kill would jump into the rush. Their connection translated into points and wins, and the team was thriving. The Blades went on a 7-game winning streak, climbing in the standings. Dex was on pace for a career year in points, and Kill was quietly becoming one of the most reliable defensemen in the league. The media loved it, running constant segments about their rivalry turned partnership and speculating about how they'd managed to develop such chemistry so quickly. If only they knew. Off the ice, in private, they explored this thing between them. Kill would come to Dex's apartment after evening practices, or Dex would go to Kill's place after games. They'd order takeout, watch movies, talk for hours about everything and nothing. And they'd kiss. God, they'd kiss. Dex had never experienced anything like kissing Kill. The Russian was passionate but tender, demanding but giving, and every kiss felt like a revelation. They'd spent an entire evening just making out on Dex's couch like teenagers, exploring each other's mouths, learning what made the other gasp or moan. They hadn't gone further than that. Both of them seemed instinctively understand that they needed to take things slow, to build a foundation of trust and understanding before adding sex into the equation. But the tension was building, the want growing stronger with each stolen touch.
It was after a particularly intense makeout session at Kill's apartment. Dex sprawled across Kill's lap on the couch, both of them breathing hard, lips swollen, that reality came crashing back in. Dex's phone rang. His father. "Shit," Dex muttered, reluctantly extracting himself from Kill's arms. "I have to take this." He stepped into Kill's kitchen for privacy. "Hey, Dad." "Mordecai." "Good, you answered. Listen, I'm coming to Boston next week. I want to watch you play against Tampa, and I thought we could have dinner afterward." Dex's stomach dropped. "You're coming here? To Boston? Is that a problem?" "No, of course not. You didn't mention you were planning a visit." "It was last minute. I've been watching your games on TV, and you're playing incredibly well. I want to see it in person. And I want to meet this Volkov character, see what you two are doing together on the ice." "Oh, God. That's great, Dad. Really great. I'll make sure to get you good seats." After he hung up, Dex returned to the living room where Kill was still on the couch, now looking concerned. "What is wrong?" "My father's coming to Boston next week. He wants to watch us play and meet you." Kill's expression was carefully neutral. "This is problem?" "I don't know. Maybe." Dex ran his hairs through his hair. "My dad is observant, and he knows me better than anyone. What if he figures out that there's something between us? Then we will be very careful in public, professional only." Kill stood and crossed to Dex, his hands settling on Dex's shoulders.
Dex's heart stopped. "What? No, the team's doing well. That makes everyone happy." Marcus didn't look convinced. "Well, I'm glad you're happy. That's what matters. Though your mother keeps asking when you're going to settle down, bring home a nice girl." The phrase hit Dex like a punch to the gut. A nice girl. Because of course, that's what his parents expected. Dex Hayes, All-American hockey player, son of a legend, would marry a nice girl and have All-American hockey-playing children and continue the dynasty. The reality of what he was doing, of who he was falling for, crashed over him like a wave. "I'm not really focused on dating right now," Dex managed. "Career comes first." "Smart. Plenty of time for romance later. Focus on hockey while you're young." They finished lunch, and Marcus insisted on picking up the check. As they walked back toward the arena for that evening's game, Marcus put a hand on Dex's shoulder. "I'm proud of you, son. Really proud. You're becoming your own player, making your own mark. That's all I ever wanted for you." The words should have made Dex happy. Instead, they just made him feel guilty. The game that night was intense. Tampa was one of the best teams in the league, and they came out flying. But the Blades matched their intensity, and by the end of the first period, it was 1-1. Dex was hyper-aware of his father in the stands, watching every move. It made him overthink, second-guess his plays. He missed an easy shot in the second period, hit the post on another. During a stoppage, Kill skated up beside him. "You are in your head. Stop thinking. Just play." "Easy for you to say." "I know your father is watching. I know you want to impress him, but he is already impressed. Now impress yourself." The simple words cut through Dex's anxiety. Kill was right. He was so busy trying to live up to his father's expectations that he was forgetting to just play his game. In the third period, with the score tied 2-2, Dex finally found his rhythm. He picked up a loose puck at center ice and drove hard toward the Tampa zone. The defense converged on him, but instead of forcing a shot, Dex dropped a pass to Kill, who jumped into the rush. Kill one-timed it past the Tampa goalie. 3-2 Blades. The celebration was brief. They still had 12 minutes to protect the lead. But as Dex skated past Kill, their eyes met, and Dex saw the pride there, the warmth. "That's my boy," the look seemed to say. Dex's heart soared. The Blades held on for the win, and the locker room was jubilant. As Dex was getting dressed, one of the team's staff members stuck his head in. "Dex, your father's outside, wants to congratulate you and meet Volkov." This was it, the moment Dex had been dreading. He found Marcus waiting in the corridor with Kill, the two men engaged in what appeared to be polite conversation. As Dex approached, both turned to look at him. "Hell of a game, son," Marcus said, pulling Dex into a hug. "That pass on the game winner was beautiful. Unselfish play." "Thanks, Dad."
Marcus turned to Kill, extending his hand. "And you, Mr. Volkov, impressive work tonight. That shot was perfectly placed." "Thank you, sir. It's honor to meet you. I watched your highlights many times. You are incredible player." Kill's handshake was firm, his accent thick with nervousness. "Please, call me Marcus. And thank you, but I'm retired. This is your era now." Marcus looked between them, and I saw the exact moment his father's analytical mind started putting pieces together. "You two have impressive chemistry on the ice. How long did it take to develop that?" "Not long," Kill said. "Dex is very skilled player, easy to play with." "And Kill makes everyone around him better," Dex added. "It's been a good partnership." "I can see that." Marcus's eyes lingered on them for a beat too long, and Dex felt his palms start to sweat. "Well, I won't keep you. I'm sure you both want to celebrate with your teammates. Dex, breakfast tomorrow before I fly home?" "Sure, Dad. I'll text you." After Marcus left, Dex and Kill stood in the corridor, not quite looking at each other. "He knows," Dex said quietly. "What? No. How could he know? We said nothing." "He knows something. I saw it in his eyes. My dad's not stupid. He's observant, and he knows me." Dex's hands were shaking slightly. "God, this was a mistake. All of it. We should have—" "Kill." Kill's voice was firm. "Stop. You are panicking. Your father maybe suspects you are different somehow, but he does not know about us. How could he? We have been so careful." "Have we? Because it doesn't feel careful. It feels like we're one wrong look away from everyone figuring it out." Kill looked around, making sure they were still alone, then pulled Dex into a small equipment closet. In the cramped, dark space, he cupped Dex's face in his hands. "Listen to me. We are being careful. We are doing everything right. But yes, there is risk. There will always be risk when you care about someone in a world that does not always accept this." Kill's thumb brushed across Dex's cheekbone. "But I would rather have this, these stolen moments, these secret kisses, this thing between us, than not have you at all." "What if it's not enough?" Dex whispered. "What if hiding destroys us before we ever get a chance to be real?" "Then we will deal with it when it happens, together." Kill kissed him softly. "But right now, in this moment, we have each other. That is real. That is enough." Dex wanted to believe him, but fear had rooted in his chest, and it was growing. Breakfast with Marcus the next morning was tense. Dex kept waiting for his father to bring up Kill, to ask pointed questions, to reveal that he'd figured everything out. Instead, Marcus talked about the playoffs, about Dex's point production, about the team's chances at making a deep run. Normal hockey conversation. It wasn't until they were paying the check that Marcus finally said, "Mordecai, I want to ask you something, and I want you to be honest with me." Here it comes, Dex thought. "Okay. Are you happy?" Dex blinked. "What? Are you happy with your life, your career, where you are right now?" Yes, I am. Why?" Marcus leaned back in his chair, studying his son. "Because when I watched you play last night, I saw something I haven't seen in years. You looked free, joyful, like you were playing for the love of the game, not because of expectations or pressure or legacy. That's a good thing, right? It's a wonderful thing. And I think—" Marcus paused, choosing his words carefully. "I think whoever or whatever has brought that joy back into your life, you should hold on to it. Because that joy, that passion, that's what makes a great player, not statistics or comparisons to their father." Dex's throat was tight. "Dad, I know I've put a lot of pressure on you over the years, maybe too much, and I'm sorry for that. But Mordecai, you're not me. You never were, and you never should be. You're your own player, your own man, and whoever you become, whatever choices you make, I'm proud of you. Just remember that." It was the closest Marcus Hayes had ever come to saying, "I accept you, no matter what," and Dex felt tears prick at his eyes. "Thanks, Dad. That means a lot." They hugged goodbye outside the restaurant, and as Dex watched his father's cab pull away, he felt something shift inside him. Maybe his father did suspect. Maybe he'd figured out that Dex's happiness was connected to someone, to Kill. And maybe, just maybe,
He was okay with it. But the fear didn't go away. If anything, it grew stronger, because now Dex had something to lose, someone to lose, and that terrified him more than anything. Chapter 10. Fractures. The journalist's name was Ryan Mitchell, and he worked for a hockey blog that specialized in deep dives into players' personal lives. He'd been circling the Blades for weeks, attending practices, games, press conferences. Most of the players ignored him. He wasn't mainstream media, just some blogger looking for clicks. But Dex should have paid more attention. It started innocuously enough. Mitchell published a piece titled The Redemption of Killian Volkov, From Villain to Hero in Boston. The article chronicled Kill's journey from being hated for the hit on Dex to becoming an integral part of the team's success, standard sports journalism fare, except for one paragraph buried in the middle. The transformation of the Hayes-Volkov dynamic has been one of the season's most compelling storylines. Multiple sources close to the team report that the two players have become inseparable off the ice, frequently seen together at team dinners, traveling to and from the arena together, and spending significant time at each other's apartments. While some teammates attribute this to simple team bonding, others suggest there may be more to the relationship than meets the eye. When asked about their closeness, both players declined to comment. Dex read the paragraph 7 times on his phone, his hands shaking. More to the relationship than meets the eye. It was speculation, carefully worded to avoid outright accusation, but the implication was clear, and people would read between the lines. His phone started buzzing. Texts from Tommy, from Jake, from his father. Dex ignored them all and called Kill. "Did you see it?" Dex asked, without preamble. "I saw it. Dex, we need to talk. Can you come to my apartment?" 20 minutes later, Dex was sitting on Kill's couch, the offending article pulled up on Kill's laptop between them. "This is bad. People are going to ask questions. Let them ask. We say nothing, we do nothing different. Is just speculation by blogger looking for attention." "Kill, he basically accused us of being in a relationship. He suggested we are close friends. This is not accusation." But Kill's jaw was tight, his fingers drumming nervously on his thigh. "We are teammates who have become friends. This is normal." "Is it? Because I don't spend every free moment with Tommy or Brandon. I don't go to their apartments 4 nights a week. I don't—" Dex stopped, running his hair through his hair. "People are going to figure it out." "Then maybe we should cool off," Kill said quietly, "for a little while, until attention goes away." The words hit Dex like a physical blow. "Cool off? You mean stop seeing each other?" "Not stop, just less obvious, less time together outside of team functions." Kill wouldn't meet his eyes. "Is smart thing to do, Dex, you know this." "So what, we just pretend nothing happened? Go back to being barely civil teammates?" "No, we just be more careful, more discreet." Dex stood, needing to move, needing to think. He paced Kill's living room, his mind spinning. This is exactly what I was afraid of, that the hiding, the secrecy, it would start to poison what we have. Is not poison, is protection. Kill stood too, frustration bleeding into his voice. "You think I want this? You think I want to hide what I feel for you? But we live in real world, Dex, world where hockey player cannot just announce he is with another man without consequences." "I know that, but suggesting we cool off because one blogger wrote a speculative paragraph, that's not protection, Kill, that's cowardice." Kill's expression went cold, that stoic mask slamming down. "So I am coward now, because I want to protect both our careers, both our families?" "I didn't mean—" "Yes, you did. You think because you have famous father, because you have privilege of American acceptance, that is easy for you?
But I have mother in Russia who would be ashamed. I have a sister who would be bullied. I have a country that makes laws against people like me." The accent was thick, his words coming fast. "So maybe I am coward, but I am coward who has more to lose than you can understand." Those words hung in the air between them, sharp and cutting. "That's not fair," Dex said quietly. "You don't get to make this about who has it worse. We're both scared. We both have things to lose." "Then why do you push so hard? Why can you not accept that sometimes hiding is only option?" "Because I'm tired of hiding. I'm tired of pretending I don't care about you, that you're just some teammate I tolerate. I'm tired of sneaking around like we're doing something wrong when all we're doing is being honest about how we feel." Kill's expression softened slightly. "Dix."
No. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe we should cool off. Dex grabbed his jacket from where he'd tossed it. Maybe I need some space to figure out if I can actually do this. The hiding, the lying, the constant fear of being caught. "Do not leave angry," Kill said, reaching for him. Dex stepped back. "I'm not angry. I'm confused and scared, and I don't know what to do. So I'm going to go home and think." He left before Kill could respond, taking the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator, needing the physical exertion to burn off some of the emotion churning in his chest. His phone was blowing up with notifications. He ignored them until he was back in his own apartment, doors locked, safe from prying eyes. Tommy had texted, "Saw the article. You okay?" Jake, "Don't talk to any media until we figure out how to handle this. Come see me before practice tomorrow." His father, "Call me when you can. We should talk." And then, from a number he didn't recognize, "Mr. Hayes, this is Ryan Mitchell. I'd love to get your comment on my recent article. I'm working on a follow-up piece and would appreciate your perspective on your relationship with Killian Volkov. Please call me at your earliest convenience." Dex threw his phone across the room, watching it bounce off the couch cushions. This was a nightmare. This was everything he'd been afraid of. He called his father. "Mordecai?" Marcus answered immediately. "I take it you've seen the article." "Yeah, I've seen it." "And? And what? What do you want me to say?" Marcus was quiet for a moment. "I want you to tell me the truth. Is there something between you and Volkov?" Dex's breath caught. This was it, the moment of truth with his father. He could lie, could brush it off as ridiculous speculation, or he could be honest. "Would it matter?" Dex asked instead. "If there was?" Another pause. Then, "The only thing that matters to me is whether you're happy, and whether whoever you're with treats you right." Dex felt tears prick at his eyes. "I don't know if I'm happy. I don't know what I am." "Then that's your answer. If you were with someone who made you truly happy, you'd know." Marcus's voice was gentle. "Mordecai, I'm not going to ask you to confirm or deny anything. That's your business. But I will tell you this. Whatever you decide to do, think very carefully about the consequences, not just for your career, but for the other person involved. If this is real, if it's something worth fighting for, then you need to be absolutely sure before you put both of you in the crosshairs." After he hung up, Dex sat on his couch in the dark, his father's words echoing in his mind. If you were with someone who made you truly happy, you'd know. Did Kill make him happy? Yes, unequivocally yes. But was he happy in this relationship, with all its secrecy and fear and constant vigilance? He honestly didn't know. Practice the next day was tense. Dex arrived early, at Jake's request, and found the captain already in the locker room. "Close the door," Jake said. Dex obeyed, his stomach tight with anxiety. "I've talked to management and our PR team. They want you and Kill to put out a joint statement, something simple, professional. We are teammates who have developed a strong working relationship and friendship. We don't comment on unfounded speculation about our personal lives, that kind of thing." A joint statement makes it seem like there's something to deny. Or it shuts down the speculation before it spreads. Jake leaned forward. "Dex, I'm going to be blunt.
I don't care who you sleep with. I care about this team. And right now, this distraction is bad for the team. We've got 12 games left, and we're fighting for a playoff spot. We can't afford media circus. So what do you want me to do? Put out the statement. Keep your head down. Be professional with Kill. Friendly, but not suspiciously close. And for God's sake, stop spending so much time alone together, at least until the season's over. It was almost exactly what Kill had suggested. The smart, safe play. Dex nodded numbly. Okay, I'll talk to Kill. He's already agreed to the statement. PR is drafting it now. You'll both post it on social media before practice today. The statement went up an hour later, carefully worded and completely corporate. The response was mixed. Some fans accepted it at face value. Others insisted the denial proved they had something to hide. The article's author, Ryan Mitchell, tweeted, "Interesting that Hayes and Volkov felt the need to respond to my piece. The lady doth protest too much, methinks." At practice, Dex and Kill maintained careful distance. They ran drills together when required, executed plays with their usual chemistry, but there was a coldness between them now, a wall that hadn't existed before. In the locker room afterward, Kill caught Dex's eye once. The hurt in that gaze made Dex's chest ache. But Dex looked away first. That night, Kill texted, "Can we talk, please?" Dex stared at the message for a long time before responding, "Not tonight. I need to think." About us? About everything. Kill didn't respond after that. 3 days passed. The Blades played Pittsburgh and lost 4-2. Dex had no points and took a stupid penalty in the third period. Kill played fine, but their on-ice chemistry was noticeably off. After the game, Coach Martinson called them both into his office. "I don't know what's going on between you two, and frankly, I don't care. But whatever it is, it's affecting your play. You two were unstoppable 3 weeks ago. Now you look like strangers out there. We're just in a slump. It happens."
A slump? You haven't connected on a single passing play in 3 games. You're not reading each other anymore. You're both thinking instead of playing. Martinson looked between them. Fix it. I don't care how. Fix it or I'm breaking you up. I'll put Volkov on the second pairing and move you to a different line, Hayes. After they left the office, Dex and Kill stood in the corridor, neither quite looking at each other. "We need to talk," Kill said finally. "Yeah," Dex agreed. "We do." They went to Kill's apartment, safer than a public place and neutral ground compared to Dex's space. They sat on opposite ends of the couch, the distance between them feeling like miles. "I've been thinking," Kill started, his voice careful, "about what you said, about being tired of hiding." "Kill." "No, please, let me finish." Kill took a breath. "You are right. Hiding is poison. It makes us suspicious of everyone, makes us question every look, every word, and it is destroying what we have." Dex's heart sank. "So what are you saying?" "I am saying we have choice to make. We can continue like this, secret, careful, always afraid. Or we can stop. Stop meaning stop being together. Go back to being just teammates." Kill's voice was steady, but his eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Because I cannot do this halfway, Dex. I cannot be with you in shadows and pretend it is enough. I want more than stolen moments. I want to be able to hold your hand in public. I want to tell my sister about you. I want to not flinch every time someone looks at us too long." "But you said earlier that hiding is the only option." "I was wrong. Or maybe I was afraid. But I have been thinking about my father, about how short life can be, how suddenly it can end. And I think, what if I spend whole life hiding who I am? What if I never let myself be truly happy because I am too afraid of what others think?" Kill finally met Dex's eyes. "I would rather be honest and face consequences than live lie." Dex's pulse was racing. "Are you saying you want to come out, publicly?" "I am saying I want to be able to live authentically. Whether that means public announcement or just being open with people close to us, I do not know. But I know I cannot keep hiding you, hiding us." "Kill, that's huge. That's career-altering. Your family will have to accept me as I am, or not. But I cannot live for them anymore. Cannot live for anyone's expectations except my own." Kill shifted closer on the couch. "But Dix, I need to know,
Is this what you want too? Because I will not ask you to sacrifice everything if you are not sure, if you are not ready. Dex thought about the past 3 days, the emptiness, the ache of being near Kill but not being able to touch him, talk to him, be with him. He thought about his father's words. If you were with someone who made you truly happy, you'd know. He knew. I'm terrified, Dex admitted. I'm terrified of what it'll mean for my career, for my family, for everything I've worked for. But I'm more terrified of losing you, of looking back in 20 years and regretting that I was too much of a coward to fight for something real. You are not coward, Dex. Neither are you. Dex closed the distance between them, taking Kill's hands in his. I don't know if I'm ready to make some big public announcement, but I'm ready to stop hiding, to stop being afraid of what people might think, to be with you, really be with you, and deal with whatever consequences come. Kill's smile was like sunrise, brilliant and warm. You are sure? I'm terrified, but I'm sure. They kissed then, and it felt different from before. Not stolen or secret, but like a promise, a commitment to something bigger than just the two of them. When they finally pulled apart, Kill rested his forehead against Dex's. We will do this together, whatever it happens, together. Together, Dex echoed. They spent the rest of the night talking, planning. They wouldn't make any big announcements yet. They'd wait until the season was over, give themselves time to prepare, to talk to their families, to figure out exactly how they wanted to handle it. But they would stop hiding. They'd be more open with their teammates, would stop pretending they were just casual friends. They'd let people draw their own conclusions. And when the time was right, they'd step into the light together. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure, but for the first time in weeks, Dex felt like he could breathe fully. They had each other, and right now, that was enough. Chapter 11, Breaking Point. The next game against Montreal should have been a turning point, a return to the chemistry Dex and Kill had built before fear and speculation drove a wedge between them. They'd talked, they'd recommitted, they'd decided to stop hiding. But the universe, it seemed, had other plans. It happened in the second period. Montreal was pressing hard, and the Blades were defending a 1-goal lead. Dex had just dumped the puck deep and was skating back towards the bench for a line change when he saw it developing in slow motion. Kill had the puck behind the net, looking to make an outlet pass, but Montreal's center, a player named Leclerc with a reputation for being mouthy, was forechecking hard, coming in with his stick high. Too high. The stick caught Kill across the face, just below his visor. Blood exploded from Kill's nose, and he went down hard, his gloves coming up to his face. Dex didn't think. He just reacted. He dropped his gloves and went straight at Leclerc, grabbing the Montreal player's jersey and yanking him around. What was that? Accident, man, I didn't... He didn't let him finish. He threw a punch that connected with Leclerc's jaw, and suddenly they were fighting, fists flying, the crowd roaring. Linesmen scrambled to separate them, but Dex was beyond reason, beyond thought. All he could see was Kill's blood on the ice, Kill going down, Kill hurt. By the time they pulled him off, Dex had a 5-minute major for fighting and a game misconduct. He was ejected.
As the officials escorted him off the ice, Dex looked back to see Kill being helped to his feet by the trainers, blood still streaming from his nose. Their eyes met across the ice, and Dex saw shock and something else, fear, maybe, in Kill's expression. The locker room was empty except for one of the equipment managers. Dex sat in his stall, still in his gear except for his gloves, his hands shaking with residual adrenaline. He'd just fought someone. He'd been ejected from a game, all because Kill had gotten hurt. It was the opposite of subtle, the opposite of hiding. 20 minutes later, Sarah came in to check on him. "Killian's okay," she said immediately. "Broken nose, probably. We're getting him x-rays to confirm, but he'll be fine." "I need to see him." "He's still being evaluated. You can see him after the game." Sarah sat down next to Dex. That was quite a reaction out there. Very protective. Dex couldn't read her tone. "He's my teammate, my defensive partner." You don't fight for your other teammates like that." The hit was dirty. Maybe, or maybe it was just a hockey play that went wrong. Sarah's expression was kind, but knowing. "Dex, I've been in this league for 15 years. I've seen a lot of things, and I've learned to recognize when two people care about each other as more than teammates." Dex's blood ran cold. Sarah. Relax, I'm not going to say anything. It's not my business. She stood, moving toward the door. But you might want to think about how that looked out there. You just announced to 16,000 people and everyone watching on TV that Killian Volkov is someone worth fighting for, worth getting ejected for. After she left, Dex sat in the silence, her words echoing in his mind. You just announced to 16,000 people. Fuck. He showered and changed mechanically, his mind spinning. By the time the game ended, a 3-2 Blades win, despite his ejection, Dex was pacing the empty locker room like a caged animal. The team filed in, celebrating the win, but shooting Dex uncertain looks. Tommy approached first. Hey man, hell of a fight. Where's Kill? Still with the trainers, broken nose confirmed. He'll be out for a game or two. Tommy lowered his voice. Dex, what the hell were you thinking? You got ejected over a high stick that was probably accidental. It wasn't accidental. Even if it wasn't, you can't fight every battle for Volkov. You looked... Tommy trailed off, clearly uncomfortable. I looked what? Like a boyfriend defending his partner, not a teammate defending another teammate. The word boyfriend hung in the air between them. Tommy's eyes widened like he'd just realized what he'd said and what Dex's lack of denial meant. Oh my God, you and Volkov, you're actually... Not here, Dex cut him off, glancing around. The locker room was filling with players, staff, too many ears. Not now. Jake appeared, his expression grim. Hayes, Coach wants to see you, now. Coach Martinson's office felt even smaller than usual, with Jake standing guard at the door and Martinson behind his desk, arms crossed. That was the stupidest thing I've seen a player do in 20 years of coaching, Martinson said without preamble. You got ejected from a crucial game because you couldn't control your emotions. The hit was dirty. I don't care if Leclerc had a knife. You don't fight for a teammate like that. You looked unhinged out there. Worse, you made everyone wonder why you'd react so strongly. Dex's jaw clenched. I was defending my defensive partner. Your defensive partner, or something more? Martinson's eyes were sharp, assessing, because I've been coaching long enough to recognize when there's something going on between players, and whatever's happening between you and Volkov, it's affecting your judgment. Nothing's happening. Don't lie to me, Hayes. I'm trying to help you here. Martinson leaned forward. Look, I don't care who you sleep with, I don't care who Volkov sleeps with, but I care about this team, and right now you two are becoming a liability. The media's going to have a field day with that fight. The speculation's going to get worse. So what do you want me to do? I want you to decide what's more important, your career or your relationship, because right now you can't have both, not publicly, not in this league. The words hit like a punch to the gut. That's not fair. Life's not fair. Hockey's not fair. You're Marcus Hayes' son. You should know better than anyone that being a professional athlete means making sacrifices. Martinson's expression softened slightly. I'm not saying you have to end things. I'm saying you need to be smarter, more discreet, because if you keep having reactions like you did tonight, everyone's going to figure it out. And once it's out there, you can't take it back. After the meeting, Dex finally got to see Kill. The Russian was in the medical room, his nose packed with gauze, bruising already blooming under both eyes. You look like hell, Dex said, attempting lightness he didn't feel. Kill, you got ejected. For me? His voice was nasal from the packing, but the reproach was clear. For you? I fought because that was a dirty hit. Dex, we both know that is not why you fought. You fought because you saw me hurt and you lost control. So what? He deserved it. Maybe, but you also drew attention to us, made people wonder why you would react so strongly. Maywood closer, lowering his voice even though they were alone. Tommy knows. I could see it on his face when I came back from medical. And if Tommy knows, he won't say anything, but others will figure it out too. Your fight, it was not action of teammate. It was action of... Kill stopped, searching for words. Of someone who cares too much, who cannot hide feelings. I thought we agreed to stop hiding. Stop hiding from each other, yes. From close friends, yes. But Dex, we are not ready for whole world to know. We have not told our families. We have not prepared. Kill's hands found Dex's shoulders. I am not angry you fought for me. Part of me, stupid, romantic part, is touched that you would defend me like that. But we must be smarter.
Everyone keeps saying that. Be smarter, be more careful, don't let anyone see how you feel. Dex pulled away. How long can we do that, Kill? How long can we pretend we don't care about each other? Because I'm not sure I can keep doing it. What are you saying? I'm saying maybe Coach Martinson was right. Maybe we need to choose the relationship or our careers, because trying to have both is tearing us apart. Kill's expression shuddered, that familiar stoic mask sliding into place. So you want to end this? Choose hockey? I don't know what I want. Dex's voice rose, frustration boiling over. I want to be with you. I want to not have to hide. I want to play hockey without worrying about every gesture, every look, every word being analyzed for proof of what we are. But I can't have all of that. So what am I supposed to choose? You are supposed to choose what makes you happy. What if I don't know what that is anymore? They stood there in the medical room, the fluorescent lights harsh and unforgiving, and Dex felt something cracking inside him, the weight of it all, the secrecy, the speculation, the constant vigilance, the pressure to be perfect both on and off the ice. It was crushing him. Maybe we should take a break, Dex heard himself say. Just until the season's over. Focus on hockey, on making the playoffs, and then after we can figure out what we want to do. Kill's face was carefully blank, but Dex saw the hurt flash in his eyes before he could hide it. If that is what you need? It's not what I need, it's what makes sense. Since when do you care about what makes sense? Kill's voice was sharp now, anger bleeding through the stoic facade. You are Dex Hayes. You make creative plays. You take chances. You do not do what makes sense. Except now, when it comes to us, suddenly you want to be careful, to make smart choice. This is different. How? How is this different from any other risk you take? You risk your body every game. You make risky passes, take risky shots. But you cannot risk your heart? Cannot risk your career for something real? That's not fair. Nothing about this is fair. Kill's accent was thick now, his emotions overwhelming his careful English. You think I want to break? You think I want to hide who I am? But I am willing to do hard thing, to be brave, because you are worth it. But you want break because it is too difficult, too complicated. I'm trying to protect both of us. No, you are protecting yourself from having to make hard choice, from having to stand up and say, this is who I am, this is who I love. Kill's voice broke on the last word. But I cannot make you be brave, Dex. That has to come from you. The word love hung in the air between them, shocking in its suddenness. Neither of them had said it before. It was too soon, too fast, too much. But there it was. Dex opened his mouth, then closed it. He didn't know what to say, how to respond. Part of him wanted to grab Kill and kiss him and say the words back. The other part, the terrified part, wanted to run. I should go, Dex said finally, the coward's choice. The team bus is probably leaving soon. Da, you should go. Kill turned away, his shoulders rigid. Take your break, figure out what you want, and when you have answer, you let me know. Dex left without another word, each step away from Kill feeling like walking through quicksand. On the team bus back to the hotel, Dex sat alone, staring out the window at the Montreal streets sliding past. Tommy tried to approach once, but Dex shook his head, and his friend wisely retreated. His phone buzzed with a text from his father. Saw the fight? Call me when you can. And then, from an unknown number, Mr. Hayes, Ryan Mitchell again. I'd love to discuss your actions in tonight's game. That fight was quite the declaration, wouldn't you say? I'm writing a follow-up piece and would appreciate your comment. I'm starting to think my initial article only scratched the surface of the Hayes-Volkov story.
Dex deleted the message without responding. Back in his hotel room, mercifully alone this time, Dex collapsed on the bed and stared at the ceiling. His nose throbbed where Leclerc had gotten in a lucky hit during the fight. His knuckles were bruised. His heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. This is who I love. Kill had said it, had put the word out there, made it real, and Dex had run away. His phone rang, his father again. This time, Dex answered. "I'm fine, Dad, just some bruised knuckles." "I'm not calling about your knuckles, Mordecai. I'm calling about why you got into that fight in the first place. It was a dirty hit. It was a hockey play that went wrong. I've seen you take worse hits without reacting. Hell, Volkov put you into the boards hard enough to dislocate your shoulder, and you didn't fight him. That was different." "How?" Dex was silent. "Mordecai," Marcus said gently, "I think it's time we had an honest conversation about Killian Volkov, about what he means to you." And just like that, the dam broke. Dex found himself telling his father everything, about the rivalry turning into friendship, the friendship turning into something more, about the hiding and the fear and the constant pressure, about Kill saying he loved him and Dex not knowing what to say back. Marcus listened without interrupting, letting Dex pour it all out. When Dex finally finished, exhausted and wrung out, his father was quiet for a long moment. "Do you love him?" Marcus asked finally. "I don't know. Maybe. Probably. I'm terrified that I do." "Why terrified?" "Because if I love him, really love him, then I have to choose, and I don't want to choose between him and hockey. I don't want to choose between being authentic and having a career. What if I told you that you don't have to choose, that you can have both? That's not realistic, Dad. You know what this league is like, what the media would do. The media will do what the media always does, create drama, sell stories, eventually move on to the next thing. Yes, it'll be hard. Yes, you'll face backlash. But Mordecai, you're Marcus.
Hey, son. You have a platform, a name, a legacy that gives you protection most players don't have. I thought you'd be disappointed that I'm with a man. Disappointed? In what? That my son is brave enough to pursue happiness even when it's difficult? That he's willing to be authentic in a world that demands conformity? Marcus's voice was firm. I'm proud of you, Mordecai. I've always been proud of you. And I'll be even more proud if you have the courage to live honestly, whatever that looks like. Dex felt tears streaming down his face. I told him I wanted to take a break, to focus on hockey until the season's over. Do you really want that? No. God, no. I want him. I want to be with him and not care who knows. But I'm so scared, Dad. Being scared is human. Running away because you're scared, that's what you need to avoid. Marcus paused. Let me tell you something I never told you. When I was playing, there was a teammate, a defenseman named Tommy Morrison, and I loved him. Not the way I loved your mother, but it was there, that pull, that possibility. Dex's breath caught. Dad, I never acted on it. I was too afraid of what it would mean, what people would say. I married your mother, and I love her, don't misunderstand. But I've always wondered what my life might have been like if I'd had the courage to be honest about all of who I was. Marcus's voice was thick with emotion. Don't make my mistakes, son. Don't let fear rob you of something real, because I promise you, the regret of not trying will hurt far more than any backlash you might face. They talked for another hour, and by the time Dex hung up, he knew what he had to do. He texted Kill, "We need to talk. Can I come to your room?" The response came immediately, room 632. Dex practically ran down the hallway, not caring who saw him, not caring what it looked like. He knocked on Kill's door, and it opened almost instantly. Kill stood there, still in his game day suit, the gauze packing removed from his nose now, the bruising under his eyes dark and angry-looking. He looked exhausted and heartbroken, and so beautiful it made Dex's chest ache. I don't want a break. I don't want space or time to think. I want you. Kill's expression cracked, hope and relief flooding in.
Dex, I'm terrified. I'm scared of what it means, what we'll face, but I'm more scared of losing you, of looking back and regretting that I let fear win." Dex stepped into the room, letting the door close behind him. "And Kill, I love you. I'm terrified to say it, but I do. I love you." Kill's smile was brilliant, despite the bruising, despite everything. "Ya tebya lublю," he said in Russian, then repeated in English, "I love you too." They kissed, soft and careful because of Kill's injured nose, but no less meaningful. When they pulled apart, both of them were crying, the kind of tears that came from relief and joy and the overwhelming emotion of finally being honest. "What do we do now?" Kill asked. "We figure it out together. We tell our teammates, the ones we trust. We prepare for whatever comes, and when we're ready, we step out of the shadows. Together?" "Together," Dex confirmed. "Always together." They spent the rest of the night talking, planning, holding each other, and when Dex finally fell asleep in Kill's arms, it was with the knowledge that whatever came next, they'd face it as a team. The real kind, the kind that mattered. Chapter 12. Cracks in the Ice. The fallout from the fight came swiftly. The NHL's Department of Player Safety called Dex the next morning. Game misconduct, 5-minute major, and after reviewing the footage, taking into account his instigation and the force of his punches, they handed down a 2-game suspension. 2 games, right when the playoff race was tightening, every point crucial. "It's my fault," Kill said when Dex told him. They were in Kill's hotel room, having breakfast before the team's flight back to Boston. "Don't," Dex interrupted. "I made the choice to fight. I'll deal with the consequences." But the suspension was only the beginning. Ryan Mitchell's new article dropped that afternoon, just as the team was boarding their flight. The headline alone made Dex's stomach drop. The fight that revealed everything inside the Hayes-Volkov relationship. The article was more aggressive than the first, full of anonymous sources and people close to the team, making thinly veiled suggestions about the nature of Dex and Kill's relationship. Mitchell had dug into their rooming assignments on road trips, their social media interactions, the amount of time they spent together off the ice. He'd even found someone, presumably from the hotel staff, willing to confirm that they'd been seen entering each other's rooms late at night. And then there was the fight itself, analyzed frame by frame. Hayes' reaction to Volkov's injury was visceral, immediate, and unmistakably personal. This wasn't a teammate defending another teammate. This was someone defending a loved one. The raw emotion on Hayes' face, the single-minded fury with which he attacked Leclerc, the way he looked back at Volkov as he was being escorted off the ice. These are not the actions of simple friendship. The article stopped just short of outright accusing them of being in a relationship, but the implication was clear-cut. And worse, it was accompanied by a poll. Do you think Hayes and Volkov are more than teammates? As of Dex's last check, 67% of respondents had voted yes. "We need to make a statement," Jake said, appearing in the aisle beside Dex's seat. The captain looked tired, stressed. "Management wants you and Volkov to deny this explicitly, not just the generic teammates and friends line from before, a full denial." Dex glanced across the aisle where Kill sat with Martinez, the Russian's bruised face turned toward the window. As if sensing Dex's gaze, Kill looked over and their eyes met. "Together," Kill mouthed. "No," Dex said, turning back to Jake. "We're not denying anything." "Dex, you have to. We're not confirming anything either, but we're done with denials and carefully worded statements. If people want to speculate, let them speculate." "That's not how this works. Management expects—" "I don't care what management expects." Dex's voice was firm. "I'm not going to lie. Not about this." Jake stared at him for a long moment, then sighed heavily. "This is going to get ugly."
I know. You're prepared for that? Both of you? Dex looked at Kill again, saw the determination in those pale eyes. "Yeah, we are." After Jake left, Tommy slid into the empty seat beside Dex, his expression serious. "So," Tommy said quietly, "you and Volkov, it's real?" Yeah, it's real. How long? Couple months, officially. Dex turned to face his friend. Tommy, I need to know, are you okay with this? Because if you're not, if it's gonna be weird... Dex. Tommy's hand landed on his shoulder. You're my best friend. You think I care who you're dating? I mean, yeah, it's kind of wild that it's the guy who put you on IR a few months ago, but... He smiled. I've seen the way you look at him, the way he looks at you. If he makes you happy, then I'm happy for you. Dex felt a weight lift off his chest. You can't tell anyone, not yet. We're gonna handle this our way, in our own time. My lips are sealed. But Dex, be careful. The media is gonna go crazy with this. I know, but I'm done hiding. By the time they landed in Boston, the story had exploded across social media. Hashtag Hayes Volkov was trending on Twitter. Hockey forums were full of speculation and debate. Sports talk shows were discussing it, bringing on experts to analyze whether an NHL team could function with two players in a relationship. Most of the takes were bad, some were downright ugly. If it's true, they should both be traded. Can't have that kind of distraction in a locker room. At Hockey Purist. Two dudes dating on the same team? That's a disaster waiting to happen. What happens when they break up? At Sports Guy 87. I don't have a problem with gay players, but keep it professional. This is hockey, not a reality show. At Puck Talk. But there were positive voices too. If Hayes and Volkov are together, good for them. It's 2026, time for hockey to join the 21st century. At Progressive Puck. The way Hayes defended Volkov was beautiful, folks. That's love, and love is love. At Queer Sports Alliance. Imagine being so good at hockey that people care more about your on-ice chemistry than your personal life. Oh wait, that's literally Hayes and Volkov. At Hockey Stats. Dex turned off his phone and tried not to think about it. That evening, Coach Martinson called an emergency team meeting. The entire roster gathered in the locker room, tension thick in the air. All right, Martinson said, standing in the center of the room. We all know why we're here. The media is going crazy with speculation about two of our players. I'm not going to address the specifics because, frankly, it's none of my damn business who you people date or sleep with. A few nervous laughs rippled through the room. But, Martinson continued, his voice hardening, it is my business when off-ice drama affects on-ice performance. We've got 11 games left in the season. We're sitting in a wild card spot, but we're one losing streak away from missing the playoffs entirely. So here's what's going to happen. Whatever personal issues any of you have, with teammates, with media, with whoever, you leave them at the door. When you step on that ice, you're Boston Blades first, individuals second. Is that clear? A chorus of "Yes, Coach" echoed through the room. Hayes and Volkov, I want you to see me in my office. Everyone else, hit the gym or go home. Practice tomorrow at 10. In Martinson's office, the coach closed the door and leaned against his desk, arms crossed. I'm going to ask you both a direct question, and I want an honest answer. Are you in a relationship? Dex and Kill exchanged a glance. This was it, the moment of truth with their coach. Yes, they said simultaneously. Martinson nodded slowly like he'd expected the answer. How long? Couple months, officially. Dex turned to face his friend. Until Hayes decided to fight someone over you, Martinson said, looking at Kill. Was my choice. Kill had nothing to do with that. I know. I watched the tape. All right. Look, I meant what I said out there. I don't care who you're with as long as it doesn't affect the team. But right now, this is affecting the team. Half the locker room is uncomfortable, not because you're gay, but because they don't know how to act around you anymore. The other half is taking sides, arguing about whether this is a big deal or not. That's not our fault, Kill said, his accent thick. We did not choose for media to speculate. No, but you chose to be together knowing the risks, and now the team has to deal with the fallout. I'm not saying you should break up. I'm saying you need to address it with the team. Be honest with them. Let them ask questions. Clear the air. Because right now there's too much uncertainty, too much gossip. You want us to come out to the team. I want you to be honest with your teammates. They deserve that much. After leaving Martinson's office, Dex and Kill sat in Dex's car in the parking garage, neither quite ready to go their separate ways. Are we doing this? Kill asked. Telling team? I think we have to. Coach is right.
The uncertainty is worse than the truth. Dex reached across the center console, taking Kill's hand. But it has to be both of us, together. Together, Kill agreed, squeezing back. They scheduled a team meeting for the next morning, before practice. Jake helped coordinate it, though even the captain looked nervous about what was coming. Dex barely slept that night. He lay in bed, staring at his ceiling, running through different versions of what he might say. How do you tell a room full of professional hockey players that you're in love with your teammate? How do you ask for their support, their understanding, when you know some of them might not be able to give it? His phone buzzed at 2 a.m. A text from Kill. Cannot sleep, thinking of you. Same. Nervous about tomorrow? Terrified, but also relieved. No more hiding. No more hiding.
At 9 a.m., the team gathered in the meeting room adjacent to the locker room. Players filed in looking curious, confused, some already suspicious about what this was about. Dex stood at the front, with Kill beside him, their shoulders nearly touching. Jake stood off to the side, ready to moderate if things got heated. "Thanks for coming," Dex started, his voice steadier than he felt. "Kill and I wanted to talk to you all about something that's been in the media lately, the speculation about our relationship." The room was silent, every eye on them. "The speculation is true," Kill said, his accent thick but his voice clear. "Dex and I are together, in romantic relationship." The silence stretched. Then Tommy started clapping, slow and deliberate, and a few others joined in. Martinez, Brandon, some of the younger guys, but not everyone. Some players just sat there, expressions unreadable. "We understand this might be uncomfortable for some of you," Dex continued. "We understand it's not common in professional sports, but we wanted you to hear it from us directly, not from media or rumors." "How long?" one of the older defensemen, Stevens, asked. His tone wasn't hostile, just curious. "A couple months," Dex said. "We tried to keep it private, but that fight kind of gave it away," someone muttered, and nervous laughter rippled through the room. "Look," Jake spoke up, "I know this is new territory for all of us, but Dex and Kill are our teammates. They're part of this family, and families support each other even when things are complicated." "Does this affect their play?" another player asked. "Like what happens if they have a fight off the ice or break up?" "Same thing that happens when any two teammates have conflict," Kill said firmly. "We are professionals. We handle it professionally." "But you're also boyfriends," Stevens pointed out. "That's different from just teammates." "Is it?" Dex challenged. "You all have wives, girlfriends, families that affect your lives off the ice. Sometimes that bleeds into your game, when you're going through a divorce, when you have a sick kid, when you're dealing with personal stuff. We're not that different." "Except you're both on the same team," another voice said. "Same locker room. That changes the dynamic." "Only if you let it," Tommy interjected, standing up. "I've known about Dex and Volkov for a while now, and you know what I've noticed? They play better together. They're more focused, more connected. Yeah, it's different, but different isn't bad." The discussion continued for another 30 minutes, questions about boundaries, about PDAs in the locker room. Both Dex and Kill assured everyone they'd keep it professional, about what would happen if they broke up. They'd deal with it, about whether this would bring unwanted media attention. It already had. By the end, there was no consensus. Some players were supportive, some were clearly uncomfortable but willing to try, and a few, Dex could see it in their faces, were not okay with it at all. But it was done. They'd been honest. The rest would have to work itself out. As the meeting broke up, Martinez approached them, clapping both on the shoulders. "Takes guts to do what you just did. Respect." But as players filed out, Dex caught Stevens pulling aside one of the rookies, their heads together in hushed conversation. The looks they shot toward Dex and Kill weren't friendly. "Not everyone is happy," Kill observed quietly. "I know, but we knew that would happen. What if it divides team? What if we cost us playoff spot because of chemistry problems? Then we'll deal with it." Dex took Kill's hand, right there in the meeting room where anyone could see. "But I'm not going back in the closet. Not now, not ever." Kill's smile was small but genuine. "Я тебя люблю."
I love you too. They had practice to get through, then a game against Tampa in 2 days. The media would be circling like sharks. The internet would be on fire. Some teammates would support them, others wouldn't. But they'd face it together. And right now, that was all that mattered. Chapter 13. The Storm. The media frenzy that followed was unlike anything Dex had ever experienced. Within hours of the team meeting, word had leaked, because of course it had. Someone, either a player or staff member, had talked. By that afternoon, every major sports outlet was running with the story. Boston Blades players confirm relationship. Dex's phone was flooded with interview requests, comments on social media, messages from people he hadn't talked to in years. His mother called, crying. Happy tears, she assured him, proud tears. His agent called next, her voice tight with stress, already strategizing about endorsement deals they might lose and which companies might actually want to capitalize on this. The Blades front office released a carefully worded statement. The Boston Blades organization supports all our players and respects their right to privacy in their personal lives. We expect our fans and media to treat Mordecai Hayes and Killian Volkov with the same respect and professionalism afforded to any other member of our team. It was corporate and safe, but it was something. The reactions from the hockey world were mixed at best, hostile at worst. Some former players came out in support, legends who praised Dex and Kill for their bravery, who said it was time for hockey to evolve. But others were less kind. Talk radio hosts debated whether they were setting up bad example. Online forums exploded with arguments about political correctness and keeping politics out of sports. And then there were the truly ugly comments, the slurs, the threats, the people who said they should be banned from the league, sent back to Russia, despite Dex being American, or worse. Dex tried not to read the comments, but it was impossible to avoid them entirely. They seeped in like poison, each hateful message a small cut that accumulated into a bleeding wound. The team's first practice after going public was tense. Some players, Tommy, Martinez, Brandon, Jake, made a point of treating Dex and Kill exactly the same as always, but others kept their distance, their body language stiff and uncomfortable. The locker room that had once felt like home now felt like enemy territory, every conversation potentially loaded. Stevens, the veteran defenseman who'd been skeptical during the meeting, barely spoke to either of them. During a drill where he and Kill were supposed to work together, Stevens made the bare minimum effort, his passes sloppy and his communication non-existent. "Stevens, what the hell was that?" Coach Martinson barked. "You two are supposed to be communicating." "Hard to communicate with someone who's more focused on his boyfriend than the game," Stevens muttered, just loud enough for nearby players to hear. Kill's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Dex wasn't so restrained. "Dex, leave it," Jake warned, skating over quickly. "No, I want to hear what he has to say, since apparently he's got opinions about our personal lives." Stevens skated closer, his expression hard. "You want to know what I think? I think you two are selfish. You're making this whole team about you instead of about winning. Every interview is going to be about your relationship instead of hockey. Every game, people are going to be watching you two instead of the team. You've made us a circus. We didn't choose for media to speculate, but you chose to confirm it. You could have denied it, kept it private, waited until after the season. But no, you had to make a statement, had to be brave." Stevens' voice dripped with sarcasm. "And now the rest of us have to deal with the fallout." "That's enough," Martinson's voice cut through the tension. "Stevens, my office, now. The rest of you, back to drills." But the damage was done. The locker room was divided, and everyone knew it. That evening, Dex went to Kill's apartment, needing to be somewhere safe, somewhere he could breathe. Kill answered the door looking exhausted, the bruising around his eyes from the broken nose, now fading to yellow-green. They collapsed on the couch together, Kill pulling Dex against his chest. "I am sorry," Kill said quietly. "For what?" "For all of this, the attention, the problems with team, everything. If we had just stayed hidden. Don't! Dex twisted to look at him. Don't apologize for being honest. Stevens is an asshole, and he doesn't speak for the whole team. But he speaks for some of them. I can see it in their faces. They are uncomfortable with us. Then they'll have to get over it or deal with being uncomfortable. We didn't do anything wrong. Kill was quiet for a moment, his fingers running through Dex's hair. In Russia, when I was young, there was boy in my school. People knew he was different, liked boys, and other students, they made his life hell, beat him up, called him names, until he stopped coming to school. Dex's chest tightened. Kill!
I was scared I would be like him, so I hid. I dated girls, I acted tough, I pretended to be someone I was not. And when I came to North America, I thought maybe here it would be different, that I could be free. Kill's voice was heavy with old pain. But fear followed me. Even here, even in country that is supposed to be more accepting, I was still too afraid to be myself. And now? Now I am still afraid, but I am more afraid of being that boy who pretended his whole life, who never let himself love or be loved. Kill cupped Dex's face gently. You make me want to be brave. They kissed, soft and lingering, drawing comfort from each other's presence. When they pulled apart, Dex rested his forehead against Kill's. We're gonna get through this, Dex said. Together. Together, Kill echoed. But the storm was far from over. The game against Tampa 2 days later was brutal in ways that had nothing to do with hockey. The arena was packed, but the energy was different from usual. There were signs, some supportive, love is love, and we support Hayes and Volkov, others hateful, too ugly for Dex to even fully process. Security had to remove several fans before the game even started for holding up offensive banners. During warm-ups, Dex could hear the jeers from certain sections of the crowd every time he or Kill touched the puck. The slurs were creative in their cruelty, shouted loud enough to carry over the music and general arena noise. Ignore them, Jake said, skating past. Don't give them the satisfaction of a reaction. But it was impossible to ignore completely, especially when Tampa's players got in on it. In the first shift, one of Tampa's forwards skated past Kill and said something that made the Russian's face go white. Dex didn't hear it, but he saw Kill's reaction, saw the way his hands clenched on his stick, saw the flash of hurt before the stoic mask slammed down. What did he say? Dex demanded during the next stoppage. Does not matter. Tell me. Kill's jaw worked. He said I should go back to Russia, where they know how to deal with people like me. White-hot rage flooded through Dex. He searched the ice for the Tampa player, number 19, a winger named Davidson, and started skating toward him. Jake intercepted him, grabbing his jersey. Don't give them what they want. Don't give the media more ammunition. He can't just... I know, but you fight him, you get suspended again, and we need you on the ice. Jake's grip was firm. You want to get back at him? Score. Make him regret opening his mouth. So that's what Dex did. He played with a fury he'd never felt before, channeling all his anger and frustration into his skating, his stick handling, his shot. First period, he set up Tommy for a goal with a perfect cross-ice pass. Second period, he scored himself, a wrist shot from the circle that beat Tampa's goalie clean. Every time he scored or made a play, he skated past Davidson, making sure the Tampa forward saw exactly who was winning this battle. But Tampa gave as good as they got. The game was physical, borderline dirty, late hits, slashes that the refs somehow missed, constant chirping designed to get under Dex and Kill's skin. In the third period, with the Blades up 3-2, Davidson went after Kill in the corner. It was ostensibly a battle for the puck, but Dex saw the intentional elbow to Kill's ribs, saw the Russian double over. This time, Jake couldn't stop him.
Dex was on Davidson instantly, shoving him hard into the boards. Touch him again and I'll end you. What are you, his boyfriend? Oh, wait. Dex didn't let him finish. He dropped his gloves and threw a punch, catching Davidson in the jaw. The Tampa player responded in kind, and they were fighting, fists flying, the crowd roaring. The linesmen separated them eventually, and Dex found himself in the penalty box with a 5-minute major and a game misconduct, again, his second in a week. From the box, he watched Kill on the ice, saw the concern in Kill's eyes as they found Dex across the arena, saw the small shake of his head. You should not have done that. But Dex didn't regret it, couldn't regret it. The Blades held on to win 3-2, but the victory felt hollow. In the locker room afterward, the celebration was muted. Martinson didn't even wait for everyone to undress before calling Dex into his office. "You just bought yourself another suspension," the coach said flatly. "Probably 3 games this time. We're fighting for a playoff spot, and our leading scorer can't stop getting himself ejected." He was targeting Kill, making homophobic comments. I don't care if he called him every slur in the book. You don't fight. You don't give them what they want. Martinson slammed his hand on the desk. "This is exactly what I was afraid of. You're so busy defending your boyfriend that you're forgetting to play hockey. That's not fair, isn't it? 2 fights in a week, both directly related to Volkov getting hit or insulted. You're a liability right now, Hayes, and if this keeps up, I'm going to have no choice but to separate you two. Different lines, different practice groups, whatever it takes to get your head back in the game." The threat hung in the air like a guillotine blade. "You can't do that," Dex said. "Our chemistry." "Your chemistry is meaningless if you're suspended or if the team falls apart because of the drama surrounding you." Martinson's expression softened slightly. "Look, I get it. You're defending someone you love. That's admirable. But you're also a professional athlete with responsibilities to this team. Figure out how to balance those things, or I'll do it for you." After the meeting, Dex showered and changed in silence. The locker room was subdued, players avoiding eye contact, the usual post-win energy completely absent. Tommy approached as Dex was packing his bag. "Are you okay? 3-game suspension, probably, coach threatening to split me and Kill up, the media's going to have a field day with another fight. Yeah, I'm fantastic." "The guys are worried about you," Tommy said quietly. "Not all of them are against you. Most aren't. But they're worried you're losing focus." "I'm not." "Dex, you got ejected from 2 games in a week, both times defending Volkov. That's not normal, even for guys in relationships." Tommy's expression was sympathetic, but serious. "I support you, you know I do, but you've got to be smarter about this."
Everyone kept saying that. Be smarter, be more careful, don't react. But how was he supposed to stand by and watch Kill get targeted, insulted, hurt, and do nothing? Kill was waiting for him outside the locker room, still in his suit, his face carefully neutral. They didn't speak until they were in Dex's car, doors closed, safely away from prying eyes and ears. "You should not have fought for me," Kill said finally. "He deserved it." "Maybe, but you cannot keep doing this, Dex, cannot keep fighting my battles." "Why not? You took a hit from me in Minnesota. How is this different?" "Because that was hockey play. This is..." Kill struggled for words. "This is you sacrificing your career to defend my honor, and I cannot let you do that." "So what? I'm just supposed to let people insult you? Target you?" "Yes," Kill's voice rose, frustration breaking through. "Because I can handle insults. I can handle hits. What I cannot handle is watching you destroy your career because of me." They sat in tense silence for a moment, the air in the car thick with unspoken fears. "Maybe Coach Martinson is right. Maybe we should request different lines, different practice groups, create some distance so I can focus on hockey instead of constantly worrying about you." Kill's expression shuddered. "If that is what you think is best..." "I don't know what's best anymore.
Dex's hands gripped the steering wheel. All I know is that everyone keeps telling me I need to choose between you and hockey, and I don't want to choose. But maybe I don't have a choice. There is always choice, Dex. Question is what you can live with. Kill's voice was quiet but firm. I love you, but I will not let you sacrifice everything for me. If being with me costs you your career, your passion, your joy in playing, then maybe we should not be together. Don't say that. Why not? It's true, no? If this relationship is destroying what you love most, you're what I love most. The words burst out of Dex before he could stop them. Hockey is my career, my passion, yes, but you're what makes me want to be better, want to be braver, want to be honest about who I am. Kill's eyes were bright with unshed tears. Then why does it feel like we are falling apart? Because everyone's trying to tear us apart. The media, some of our teammates, opposing players, they want us to fail, want to prove that two men can't be together and successful in this league. Then we prove them wrong, Kill said fiercely. But we do it smart way. No more fights, no more letting them provoke you. We play hockey, we win games, we make playoffs, and we show everyone that we are professionals first, couple second. Professionals first, Dex repeated, though the words tasted bitter. They drove to Kill's apartment in silence, both lost in their own thoughts. Inside, they moved around each other carefully, the easy intimacy of a few days ago replaced by a fragile tension. I need to shower, Kill said, already heading toward the bathroom. Okay. Dex sat on the couch and pulled out his phone, immediately regretting it. His social media mentions were a nightmare, a mix of support and hatred so vitriolic it made him feel sick. The suspension hadn't been officially announced yet, but speculation was already rampant. One tweet in particular caught his attention, from a prominent hockey analyst. Hayes' second fight in a week suggests he's not mentally prepared for the scrutiny that comes with being an openly gay player in the NHL. If he can't handle the pressure, maybe he should consider whether coming out was the right choice. The words hit like a physical blow. Was the analyst right? Was Dex proving that he couldn't handle this? That being authentic and being successful were mutually exclusive? His phone rang. His agent, Melissa. We need to talk damage control, Dex. The second fight looks bad, really bad. You're coming across as unstable, overly emotional. I was defending my partner. I know, and privately, I think what you did was admirable. But publicly, it's reinforcing every stereotype about gay men being too emotional, too dramatic for professional sports. You're giving ammunition to the people who don't think you belong. So what am I supposed to do? Let people insult, kill, target him? You're supposed to be a professional athlete. That means sometimes you have to take the high road, even when it kills you to do it. Melissa sighed. Look, I'm on your side, but I need you to understand, every action you take right now is being scrutinized through the lens of you being a gay player in the NHL. That's not fair, but it's reality. You want to change hearts and minds? You do it by being so good at hockey that people have to respect you regardless of who you love. After the call, Dex sat in the quiet apartment, the sound of the shower running in the background, and felt the weight of it all crushing down on him. Everyone wanted something from him. His team wanted wins, his agent wanted good publicity, the LGBTQ+ community wanted him to be a perfect role model, Kill wanted him to stop sacrificing his career, and Dex just wanted to play hockey and be with the person he loved without it being a constant battle. When Kill emerged from the shower, hair damp and wearing soft clothes, he took one look at Dex's face and crossed immediately to the couch. What happened? Nothing. Everything. Dex pulled Kill down beside him, needing the contact. I just got off the phone with my agent. She's worried I'm being too emotional, that I'm reinforcing stereotypes. You are not too emotional. You are human. But maybe she's right. Maybe I need to be less human right now, more calculated. Dex leaned his head against Kill's shoulder.
I don't know how to do this, Kill. How to be authentic and careful at the same time. How to defend you without destroying my career. Kill was quiet for a long moment, his hand running soothingly through Dex's hair. In Russia, there is a saying, the tallest blade of grass is first to be cut down. Means that those who stand out, who are different, they face most resistance. That's depressing. Maybe, but also means we are brave blades of grass. We stand tall even knowing we will face cutting. Kill tilted Dex's face to meet his eyes. We will get through this, but we must be smart, strategic, pick our battles carefully. Starting with me not fighting anyone for the next 3 games I'm suspended for? Starting with that, yes. They sat together in the dimness of Kill's apartment, holding each other, drawing strength from their connection. Outside, the world raged and speculated and judged. But here, in this moment, they had each other. It would have to be enough to weather the storm. Because the alternative, giving up, giving in, letting the pressure tear them apart, was unthinkable. They'd come too far to quit now.
Chapter 14. Championship or Bust. The suspension came down the next morning. 3 games, just as Coach Martinson had predicted. Dex would miss crucial matchups against Columbus, Detroit, and Carolina, all teams fighting for playoff spots, all games the Blades desperately needed to win. The announcement sent shockwaves through the hockey world. Sports networks ran endless segments debating whether the suspension was fair, whether Dex's actions were justified, whether his relationship with Kill was affecting his judgment. The conversation spiraled in every direction except the one that mattered, hockey. Dex watched the first suspended game against Columbus from the press box, forced to wear a suit and sit with the healthy scratches and injured players. It was torture, watching his team struggle without him, watching Kill play defense while constantly checking the bench as if looking for someone who wasn't there. The Blades lost 4-3 in overtime. The second game against Detroit was worse. The team looked disjointed, chemistry fractured. Tommy tried to fill Dex's role on the first line, but the timing was off. Kill made a rare defensive error in the third period that led to the game-winning goal. Final score, 5-3 Detroit. 2 losses. The Blades' playoff hopes were slipping away. In the locker room after the Detroit game, Dex had come down from the press box, unable to stay away. The atmosphere was toxic. Players sat in their stalls, silent and shell-shocked. They'd now lost 3 straight and had fallen out of a playoff spot entirely. "This is on you," Stevens said, suddenly standing in front of Dex's stall. His face was red with anger. "We're losing because of your selfish bullshit." "Stevens," Jake started, moving to intervene. "No, let him talk," Dex said, standing to face the veteran. "Say what you want to say." "You put yourself and your relationship ahead of this team. 2 suspensions in a week because you can't control yourself when someone says something mean about your boyfriend. You've made us a laughingstock, made every game about your personal drama instead of hockey, and now we're going to miss the playoffs because of it. We're losing because we're not executing. That has nothing to do with me or Kill. Doesn't it? Half this locker room is uncomfortable because of you 2. The other half is busy defending you. There's no focus, no unity. We're divided because you couldn't just keep your personal life personal. We tried that." Dex's voice rose. "We hid, we were careful, and it still came out. What were we supposed to do? Lie? Deny who we are?" "Yes," Stevens threw his hands up. "Yes, you were supposed to lie. You were supposed to do what's best for the team instead of what's best for you." "That's enough." Martinson's voice cut through the argument like a blade. He stood in the doorway to his office, his face darker than Dex had ever seen it. "Stevens, you're benched for the Carolina game. And everyone else, if I hear one more word about Hayes and Volkov's relationship, I'll bench you too. We've got 8 games left, and we need to win at least 6 to have a shot at the playoffs. So either get on board with this team as it is, or get the hell out." The locker room fell silent. "Now get out of here, all of you. And tomorrow at practice, I expect to see a team, not a group of individuals pointing fingers." Players filed out quietly, avoiding eye contact. Dex started to follow, but Martinson called him back. "You too, Volkov."
In the coach's office, Martinson sat heavily in his chair and rubbed his face with both hands. He looked exhausted, aged a decade in the past week. "I don't know what to do with you two," he said finally. "Part of me admires what you're doing, being brave, being honest, but the other part of me wants to strangle you both for the timing. We didn't plan for this to happen during a playoff push. No, but it did happen, and now I've got a divided locker room, media circus, and a team that's forgotten how to win hockey games." Martinson looked between them. "I need to know, can you still play together? Can you put aside the personal stuff and just play hockey?" "Yes," they said simultaneously. "Because if you can't, I will separate you. I'll trade one of you if I have to. I will not watch this team implode because two players can't figure out how to be professional." The threat was real this time. Dex could hear it in Martinson's voice, see it in his eyes. "We can do this," Kill said, his accent thick with determination. "We can play together, win games. We just need chance to prove it." Martinson studied them for a long moment. "Fine. Hayes, you're back in the lineup for Carolina. You and Volkov are going to be on the ice together, and you're going to show everyone that you can function as teammates despite everything else. No drama, no distractions, just hockey. Understood?" "Understood," Dex said. "Good. Now get out of here, and for God's sakes, figure out how to fix this team before it's too late."
The practice before the Carolina game was the most intense of the season. Martinson ran them into the ground, grueling drills, demanding systems work, constant pressure. He was trying to forge them back into a team through sheer force of will and exhaustion. During a water break, Dex found himself beside Jake at the bench. "The team's falling apart," Dex said quietly. "I know. What do I do? How do I fix this?" Jake looked at him, his expression serious. "You can't fix it alone. This isn't just about you and Kill anymore. It's about whether this team can handle adversity, whether we fold when things get hard, or whether we find a way to come together." "How do we come together when half the team won't even look at us?" "You play. You play so well that they can't ignore you. You make them remember why you're worth defending, worth supporting." Jake's hand landed on Dex's shoulder. "And maybe you say something to the team. Clear the air." Dex hadn't thought of that, but maybe Jake was right. Maybe instead of letting the tension fester, they needed to address it head on. At the end of practice, before players could scatter to the showers, Dex skated to center ice. "Hey, can everyone come here for a minute?" Players exchanged glances, but gradually made their way over, forming a loose circle around Dex and Kill, who'd moved to stand beside him. "I know things have been rough lately," Dex started, his voice carrying across the ice. "I know my suspensions hurt the team. I know the media attention has been distracting, and I know some of you are uncomfortable with me and Kill being together." Silence. Everyone watching, waiting. "I'm not going to apologize for being honest about who I am, but I will apologize for letting my emotions affect my play, for fighting when I should have walked away, for putting my personal feelings ahead of what's best for the team." Dex looked around the circle, meeting as many eyes as he could. "Hockey has always been the most important thing in my life, but lately I've been so focused on defending my relationship that I forgot what brought us all here in the first place, the love of this game, the desire to win." Kill stepped forward, his presence solid beside Dex. "I apologize too for distraction, for tension in locker room. I did not come to Boston to divide team. I came to win hockey games, to help us make playoffs, maybe win cup." "But we can't do that if we're fractured," Dex continued. "We can't win if we're pointing fingers and placing blame. So here's what I'm proposing. We put all the personal stuff aside for the next 8 games. We focus only on hockey, and after, if we make the playoffs, we deal with whatever issues remain. But right now, today, we're a team, all of us." Tommy was the first to move, skating forward to bump fists with Dex, then Kill. Martinez followed, then Brandon, then some of the younger players. One by one, most of the team came forward, offering support or at least acknowledgement. Stevens didn't move. Neither did two other players, but it was a start. "All right," Jake said, his captain's voice carrying authority. "We've got 8 games, 8 chances to prove we deserve to be in the playoffs. Everyone in?" A chorus of voices. "In!" "Then let's get to work." The Carolina game was do or die. Win, and the Blades stayed in the playoff hunt. Lose, and their chances dropped to almost 0. Dex had never been more nervous before a game in his life, not because of the stakes, though those were enormous, but because he needed to prove he could still play, could still be the player his team needed. The arena was electric that night. The fans seemed to sense the importance, the desperation, and despite the controversy, despite everything, they showed up to support their team. During warm-ups, Dex spotted signs in the crowd. "Hayes and Volkov make us proud," and "Love wins on and off the ice." But there were others too, the hateful ones, though security seemed to be doing a better job of removing them quickly. "Ignore noise," Kill said, skating past. "Focus on game." Dex nodded, trying to center himself. Just hockey, just the puck and the ice and the goal. The puck dropped. Carolina came out hard, pressing the Blades early, but Dex was ready. He felt sharp, focused, his mind clear for the first time in weeks. On his first shift, he picked up a loose puck at his own blue line and carried it through the neutral zone, using his speed to beat Carolina's defense. He got a shot off that rang off the post. Close, so close. The first period was scoreless, both goalies standing on their heads. In the locker room during intermission, Martinson kept it simple. Keep doing what you're doing, the goals will come. Early in the second period, they came. Kill made an outlet pass to Dex at the red line, perfectly weighted, hitting Dex in stride. Dex accelerated, drawing the Carolina defense toward him, then dropped a pass to Tommy trailing on the play. Tommy fired it past the goalie. 1-0 Blades. The celebration was brief but genuine. Teammates piling on Tommy, the crowd roaring. As Dex skated back to the bench, he caught Kill's eye. The Russian's smile was small but warm. "Together," that smile said. Carolina tied it up 5 minutes later, but the Blades answered back quickly. This time it was Dex scoring, a wrist shot from the circle that beat the goalie high glove side. 2-1 Blades. The arena exploded. Dex's teammates mobbed him, and for that moment, all the tension and division disappeared. They were just a team celebrating a goal. The game remained tight through the third period. Carolina pressed hard, desperate for points themselves. With 2 minutes left and the Blades clinging to their 1-goal lead, Carolina pulled their goalie for an extra attacker. 6-on-5. The Blades just had to hold on. Carolina set up in the offensive zone, cycling the puck, looking for an opening. A shot came from the point. Kill blocked it with his shin, dropping to the ice in pain but keeping the puck out. Dex picked up the loose puck and carried it toward the empty net. One Carolina defender back, closing fast. Dex could shoot from here, it would be an easy empty netter, seal the game, but the defender was in position, might block it. Then Dex saw Kill, having picked himself up from blocking the shot, skating hard to join the rush, despite his obvious pain. He was coming up the ice on Dex's right side, calling for the puck. The smart play, the safe play, was for Dex to shoot it himself. But they were a team. They were partners. Dex slid the puck across to Kill. Kill one-timed it into the empty net. 3-1 Blades. Game over. The arena erupted. The team poured off the bench, and Dex found Kill first, grabbing him in a hug that lasted a beat too long for just teammates, but felt perfect in the moment. "We did it," Dex said into Kill's shoulder. "We did it," Kill agreed, holding on just as tightly. In the locker room afterwards, the atmosphere was completely different from the past week. Players were celebrating, laughing. The weight of the 2-game losing streak finally lifted. Martinson came in with a rare smile. "That's the team I know. That's the team that can make a playoff run. 7 games left, boys. Let's keep this going." The media wanted interviews, of course. Dex and Kill fielded questions together, standing side by side at the podium.
Dex, that was an incredible play at the end. Giving up the empty net goal to feed Volkov? What was going through your mind? I trusted my partner, Dex said simply. Kill was in a better position, and we're a team. We make plays together. Killian, how does it feel to score that goal after everything you two have been through this week? Kill's expression was thoughtful. Feels good to contribute to win, to help team. That is why I play hockey, not for personal glory, but to help team succeed. Are the two of you past the tensions from earlier in the week? Dex and Kill exchanged a glance. There will always be challenges, Dex said carefully, but we're committed to this team and to winning. Everything else is secondary. It was the right answer, professional, focused on hockey. The reporters seemed satisfied, or at least moved on to other questions. After the media scrum, as they were heading back to the locker room, Tommy caught up to them. That was good, he said. The game, the interviews, all of it. You guys looked like yourselves again out there. Feels good, Dex admitted. Feels like we're finally on the right track. Just keep doing what you're doing. Win games, make plays, show everyone that the personal stuff doesn't matter when you're on the ice. That night, Dex and Kill went to Dex's apartment, wanting privacy to decompress after the intensity of the game and the week. They ordered Thai food and put on a movie, but neither was really watching. I was scared, Kill admitted, his head on Dex's shoulder on the couch, that we would not come back from this, that team would stay divided and we would miss playoffs. Me too, but we did it. We played our game and we won. 7 more games, then playoffs maybe. Kill shifted to look at Dex. And after season is over? What do you mean? I mean, what happens with us? We continue to hide, to be careful, or we live more openly? Dex had been thinking about this too. I think we take it slow. We don't hide, but we don't make big announcements either. We just live our lives, and if people figure it out, they figure it out. And your family, my family? We tell them, on our terms, when we're ready, but we tell them. Dex turned to fully face Kill. I'm done being ashamed of this, of us. I'm done letting other people's discomfort dictate how we live. Kill's smile was brilliant. You are becoming very brave, Dex Hayes. I learned from the best. They kissed, soft and sweet, the stress and fear of the past week melting away. There would be more challenges ahead, more games to win, more scrutiny to face, more obstacles to overcome. But they'd proven they could do it, together. The Blades went on to win 5 of their remaining 7 games, sneaking into the playoffs as the second wildcard team. Dex finished the season with career highs in goals and assists. Kill led the team in blocked shots and was quietly one of the best defensive players in the league. Their partnership on the ice had become the stuff of highlight reels, the perfect chemistry between a creative forward and a shutdown defenseman who seemed to read each other's minds. The first round of the playoffs matched them against the Tampa Bay Lightning, the team they'd faced in that brutal game where Davidson had made homophobic comments. The media played it up as a grudge match, but Dex and Kill had moved past it. They had bigger things to focus on. Game 1 was in Tampa, and the atmosphere was hostile from the moment the Blades stepped on the ice for warm-ups. But this time, Dex didn't react to the jeers and slurs. He kept his head down, focused on his skating, on his shots, on being ready. The game was intense, physical, exactly what playoff hockey should be. Tampa took an early lead, but the Blades fought back. With 5 minutes left in the third period, tied 2-2, Kill made a stretch pass to Dex at center ice. Dex was off to the races. He'd seen this play 1,000 times in practice, in games, in his dreams. He knew exactly where Kill wanted him to go, exactly what the Russian expected him to do. Dex crossed the blue line with speed, the Tampa defense converging. He could shoot, had a decent angle, but then he saw Tommy streaking down the weak side, completely uncovered. Dex slid the puck across. Tommy buried it. 3-2 Blades. The celebration was pure joy.
teammates mobbed Tommy, and when Dex joined the pile, he found Kill there too, that rare smile splitting his face. "Perfect play," Kill said. "Perfect pass," Dex responded. They held on to win Game 1, and the series was off to a promising start. The hockey world was starting to notice that maybe, just maybe, the Hayes-Volkov partnership was more than personal drama. Maybe they were actually really, really good at hockey. After the game, during interviews, a reporter asked Dex about the connection he and Kill had on the ice. "It's trust," Dex said simply. "We trust each other completely. On the ice, off the ice, it doesn't matter. When you have that kind of trust, anything is possible." Beside him, Kill nodded. "Is special partnership, not common in hockey. We are lucky to have found it." The reporter smiled. "You certainly are." As they left the interview area and headed back to the locker room, Kill's hand brushed against Dex's, brief, barely noticeable to anyone watching, but intentional. A reminder, we're in this together. And Dex knew with absolute certainty that whatever came next, whether they won the cup or lost in the first round, whether they faced more backlash or gradually won acceptance, they'd face it together. Because they were partners, on the ice and off. And that was worth fighting for.
Epilogue. 6 months later, October. The practice facility was exactly as Dex remembered. The smell of ice and equipment, the sound of skates cutting across the rink, the familiar rhythm of a team preparing for a new season. Except this time, everything was different. The Blades hadn't won the cup. They'd made it to the second round before losing to the eventual champions in 7 games. But they'd proven something more important, that they could compete, could succeed, could be a team despite all the challenges. Over the summer, things had shifted, not all at once, but gradually. More former players came out in support of Dex and Kill. Several current players from other teams quietly reached out with messages of solidarity. The NHL itself had issued new policies about harassment and discrimination, using Dex and Kill's experience as a catalyst for change. It wasn't perfect. There were still hostile arenas, still hateful comments online, still players and fans who would never accept them. But it was getting better. Dex and Kill had spent part of the summer in Russia, a terrifying prospect that turned out better than expected. Kill's mother had been shocked at first, then slowly accepting. His sister Anya had been enthusiastically supportive, telling Kill it was about time he found someone who made him happy. Dex's parents had come to visit for a week, and Marcus Hayes and Killian Volkov had spent an afternoon talking hockey, bonding over defensive strategies and the evolution of the game. His mother had pulled Dex aside afterward and said simply, "He makes you happy. That's all that matters." Now, on the first day of training camp for a new season, Dex and Kill skated out onto the ice together. Teammates called out greetings, some of the same faces from last year, some new additions. Tommy appeared beside them, grinning. "Ready for another year of being the NHL's most famous couple?" "We're not trying to be famous," Dex protested. "Too late. You're on the cover of 3 magazines. There's a documentary being made about you. You're icons, whether you like it or not." Kill just shook his head, that small smile playing at his lips. "We just want to play hockey." "And win a cup this year," Dex added. "That too," Kill agreed. Coach Martinson called everyone to center ice for his opening day speech. It was the usual mix of motivation and expectations, goals for the season, standards for professionalism. But at the end, he added something new. "Last year, this team faced challenges that could have torn us apart. Some of those challenges came from inside this locker room, some from outside. But we survived them. More than survived, we grew from them. We learned that a team isn't just about talent or strategy. It's about having each other's backs, supporting one another through the hard times, being willing to evolve and adapt." His eyes found Dex and Kill in the crowd of players. "This season, we're going to build on that. We're going to be a team that doesn't just tolerate differences, but celebrates them. That understands strength comes from unity, not conformity." Martinson's voice grew stronger. and we're going to win a lot of hockey games doing it." The team erupted in cheers and stick taps, the sound echoing across the ice. As practice got underway, Dex found himself in a familiar drill with Kill, breakout patterns, the same ones they'd run 100 times before. Kill fed him a perfect pass, and Dex accelerated through the neutral zone, feeling that familiar rush of joy that came from doing what he loved. During a water break, Kill skated up beside him. "You look happy." "I am happy. This feels right. Being here, playing with you, starting fresh." Fresh, but also familiar, is good combination. Kill's hand found Dex's lower back, a touch that lasted just a second but was seen by everyone on the ice. No one commented, no one stared. They'd all seen it before, had gotten used to it over the summer and the end of last season. This was just Dex and Kill, part of the team. "Are you ready for this season?" Dex asked. Kill's smile was confident, relaxed. "Ready for anything, as long as we face it together." "Together," Dex echoed. That evening, after practice, they went to Dex's apartment. No hiding, no secrecy. Kill's SUV was parked in the visitor spot out front, visible to anyone who cared to look. They ordered dinner, talked about the new season, made plans for the upcoming week. Later, lying in bed, Kill's head on Dex's chest, listening to each other breathe, Dex thought about how far they'd come. From enemies to teammates to partners to this, something that felt like home. "I love you," Dex said into the darkness. "Ya тебя люблю," Kill murmured back, the Russian words as familiar now as English. "Think we'll win the cup this year?" "Maybe, probably, if we work hard, if we believe, if we play as team." Kill shifted to look up at Dex. "But even if we do not win cup, we have already won something more important." "What's that?" "Each other. Freedom to be ourselves, courage to live honestly." Kill's smile was soft in the dim light. "These things are worth more than trophy." Dex kissed him, slow and sweet. "We can have both. Greedy, ambitious." They fell asleep like that, wrapped in each other, secure in the knowledge that whatever challenges the new season brought, and there would be challenges, they'd face them the same way they'd faced everything else. Together, on the ice and off, partners in every sense of the word. And somewhere in Boston, in locker rooms and arenas across the city, fans were already making signs for the home opener. Beyond the puck, Hayes and Volkov. Love wins, Blades win. Our team, our pride.
Caught your soul in the cracks of time, a burning flame that's always mine. We dance through shadows, hearts connect. I'll love you in this life and the next. Hold my hand, we'll never fade. Through the dark, the light we made. Every tear and every breath, I'll love you in this life and the next. Your voice a thread in the skyline song. Whisper truths where we belong. No matter how the stars project, I'll love you in this life and the next. Hold my hand, we'll never fade. Through the dark, the light we made. Every tear and every breath, I'll love you in this life and the the dark, the light we made. Every tear and every breath, I'll love you in this life and the next. If the sun falls and the world turns cold, if the stories end but we